Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2026-2027. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Aitchison and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of roads and regional transport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you all for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Please begin with the first witness on my left, which is you, Ms. Drover.
Okay. Camilla Drover, Acting CEO of New South Wales Motorways. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Raquel Rubalcaba, Acting Deputy Secretary for Infrastructure, Projects and Engineering. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Trudy Mayers, Deputy Secretary, Planning, Integration and Passenger. I swear the evidence, if now about to be given by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Committee. Josh Murray, Secretary of Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Matthew Fuller, Deputy Secretary of the Road Maintenance and Resilience Area of Transport. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Webb. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Howard Paul Collins, Coordinator General for Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Nicole Watts, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And Roger Weeks, I'm the Chief Executive of New South Wales Trainlink. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll begin with questions from the crossbench, which is me, the lone crossbench member all day. Thought I'd make that point early.
Happy to help out.
Minister, I wanted to turn first to the medicinal cannabis roadside drug testing issue and the bill, and just exploring some questions around the oral fluid testing device. So firstly, do you know yet what the make and model of that device is going to be, or is, sorry?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Fairman. I want to reiterate that nothing is changing at the roadside.
in relation to testing for medicinal cannabis or any other cannabis. And so the device that is currently in use now today is the same device that will be used if the legislation passes. And I don't know what that particular device is. I'm sorry to say, but yeah, maybe someone else can help. Or you might want to ask the officials in the afternoon.
Does anybody else know who is...
Chair, it might be best we'll get that advice through
Okay,
just
you'll
while we're
get that
here.
through.
I don't also have the brand or model on me, but we'll get that information through.
I think it's might be the, well, if you're saying nothing's changing in terms of how it is currently tested, it's the Securitech drug wipe devices, I believe, which they're the ones currently in use. So the minimum, what is the, and just kind of trying to get to the concentrations. So the minimum concentration of THC in nanogram per milliliter that the current approved oral fluid testing device is capable of. What's the minimum concentration of THC? What does it currently detect?
The current concentration detected is 50 nanograms.
50?
Yes.
So in where did the 50 nanograms, like where did that come from for the bill?
Look, it's a really good question, and I think it's something that has been very hard to, I guess, get out properly, because obviously police, when they're testing at the roadside, don't necessarily, advertise what the level is. So that's been sort of part of the challenge, I think, here, because if we go back to when drug driving tests were first introduced, which is, I think, some 20 years ago, that was really a detection of illegal substances. And so that's what drug driving tests would get. They would get, THC, methamphetamine, cocaine, and it's the same kind of test, obviously, that's been used for 2 decades, but who and what set those detection levels, I can't tell you. That I do understand they are approved and gazetted under the Act, and as we said, there are no changes. I'm advised that the test manufacturers have a stated cut-off level where the device goes positive, but as I said, nothing is changing at the roadside. This has been a really difficult reform in terms of balancing the needs of road safety and the rights of patients who are given a legal prescription for medicinal cannabis to ensure that they are treated with respect and dignity. And like anyone else who's using any kind of pain medication like endone, benzodiazepine, or any other kind of psychotropic drugs.
I'm sure you've had conversations with officials who have been working on this, both in terms of how the 50 nanograms per milliliter was devised at, who may have informed you that in fact there are tests out there now, and the ones used at the roadside, that are detecting, for example, the Securitech drug wipe, the 5S, can detect a THC concentration of 5 nanograms per milliliter. Have you been made aware of the fact that there's a lot of information out there since the government introduced this legislation with 50, that in fact what's being tested at the roadside is less than 50?
So what we've been trying to do, and this has been a long time, 2 years since nearly 2 years since the drug summit, and a lot of conversations and a lot of consultation. And really, the whole point of this is we don't want to change the level at the roadside. We don't want police officers in a situation where they wave on someone today, or after the legislation is passed, if it's passed, that they wouldn't have done before. They still have all the same abilities to detect if there's impairment, so the visual checks that they can make on drivers as they would do now without a drug test. If they observe that someone was likely impaired, they can still have all of those. But the science around what is impairment on each individual is quite complicated. So the decision is made to keep the roadside testing level the same, to keep those parameters the same as they are. And I really want to reiterate, no one is encouraging, and in fact we are strongly discouraging anyone from driving impaired by any drug. I don't want people who have to take endone or benzodiazepine like Valium to get in behind the wheel just simply because there's not a random drug testing available.
Minister, I'm very aware of that.
Yeah,
and
but I think
the question I'm asking, that I'm kind of exploring the THC level in medicinal cannabis patients and the confusion for them around exactly, what is going to be tested, right? So the bill and the government's public statements on this, you're talking 50, but you're also saying that it's going to be the same as it's always been in terms of that roadside drug detection, which has tested for lower. So the standards for the Australian standards for the oral fluid testing, so I've got the page in front of me, for cannabinoids, the cutoff, it's 15 nanograms per milliliter. So any of the devices that are used at the roadside by police, if they're conforming to Australian standards, are 15.15. I mean, did somebody mishear someone and put 50 in? I just don't. I'm trying to understand because medicinal cannabis patients are contacting me. They're very confused.
Ms Fairman, all I can say is we've been discussing this through the expert working group, which police have been part of for nearly 2 years. It's been a live topic of conversation. That figure has been given to us as that's what the level is, and that's what we are basing our understanding on in terms of as transport. There might be questions you want to ask other ministers that have jurisdiction over what police are testing, but I
need to put to you, Minister, that I think that the 50 is not being truthful with the public about just what they're going to be tested, at what level. There are no tests for 50 nanograms per milliliter. There's not any at the moment. Are there being some manufactured for this new law?
Ms Fairman, my understanding is that the 50 nanograms is the test that manufacturers state for the cut-off level where a device will go positive. I'm happy to take your question on notice, but I can't give you any more information than what I've been advised over the last 2 years.
So I think it would be useful for the committee to, whoever texted you that just then, it would be good to know where that information came from, because I've got the standards. I've got the standards here for the tests.
Ms Fairman, I think rather than taking up your time here, I would prefer...
Oh no, I've got plenty of time today.
Sure.
I've got plenty.
Okay, no worries. Well, we can just say, I'll just say it again, that's my understanding, and that's not, that's not just being fed that. That's what we've been told, right, through this process. That was what the level was. So if you've got other information, welcome that.
I think the issue is that people will still be pulled over. They'll get a detection, even if it's a tiny trace, because they took a few drops of THC the night before to sleep well, pain-free, got up, drove, thinking, finally I can drive, I'm not impaired, feeling fine, but it's 50, so, I'm thinking fingers crossed. But if it's the same as it's always been, and the same as it's always been has been 515, so it's almost like the government's sending signals to people saying it's okay, as in not okay. I don't mean okay to drive impaired. I mean, you can now see how you go. See how you go with your prescription. And they'll still be caught. And I've had a conversation with you where you've said they will go back to their doctor and their doctor will need to administer the dose. I'm putting to you now that it is impossible. I can't see how a dose can be refined to meet the standard that is in place today, which is the 5 nanogram, 10 nanogram, 15, because it's not 50. And that there is no 50.
Yeah, so I've been advised that the test does detect lower, but it does also do the 50 nanograms. That's the detection level that we are using in the legislation. So the actual tests are capable of the lower levels, but they can be tested. And then the oral fluid collection tests at the lab are for the 50. The second test will go through for the 50. So that is what we're saying. In terms of the dosages and doctors, I've spoken to people who have patients who've been prescribed medicinal cannabis who talk to me and say, when I first went on it, I was given quite a high dose. I found that it really impacted me. They're not talking, I just want to make it clear about anything to do with driving. They're just saying that when they first started taking the medication, they felt a very big impact and and it helped their symptoms. And so then they went back to their doctor and said, can you reduce it because this is impacting the way I feel? And they were still able, at a lower dose, to get the same medical assistance that they needed from that medication without having any of the other symptoms. So I think, there is a place for this, and this is what we want people to go back to their doctor and have a talk with them about it, because the other side of this is that I have had conversations with GPs who said, I've got patients who are prescribed this by other, practitioners, and they've got the, notification that they're a medicinal cannabis user, and there's a misunderstanding with them that they are able to drive with that, and that this was about clearing that up. They will get education. They have to go through the mandatory training. So it's really about trying to clear up this ambiguity.
That's what I'm trying to clear up ambiguity, actually, because I still think there is some. So you've just said that the roadside drug tests do detect a lower level of
that can, like the devices.
Right.
I think the cross purposes here is you're saying
what's that lower? What's the lower level at the moment? And the question to you as Roads Minister is, what is the level that is detected at the roadside now for THC?
So the level that is used by police, my understanding, as a detection method, which would then put someone into the breach of the Act, is 50 nanograms.
It's just not true, Minister.
Well,
I've spoken
that's something you might need to take
I've spoken
up with
with
the
people in the
Minister.
legal system, with patients who have been court charged at the roadside with detections lower than that. There's plenty of examples of people with 20, caught with 20, 25. It's important because it's almost as if 50 nanograms per millilitre is in the legislation. That's what's being told. But the police are still going to just get everybody that has got a tiny minor trace, unimpaired, 15 nanograms per millilitre. And it's going to be impossible for them to adjust their medicine and keep taking it in a way that's that is effective. This is the issue. I don't want to stop this bill, right? But it's very, very confusing and strange, and I'm starting to worry about where this 50 nanograms per millilitre came from and what's behind it, and why it was put in the first place, if you want it just to be just how it's always operated at the roadside.
So, Ms. Fairman, my understanding, as I've said a number of times now, is that was always 50 nanograms at the roadside for detection levels.
Who told you that?
My advisor working group, that was what we were told by police.
By the police?
Yeah. So now, if we're talking about what's happened previous to the legislation passing, we're also talking about tests that were taken for illicit drug use. So for people who are taking THC and they do not have there's no test for that back in the current stage where we are now. There's no confirmation whether someone is a medicinal cannabis user or patient or not. But what I'm saying is the legislation we're putting through is that that's what it is. So, and that is based on our understanding of what it was at the roadside, and that is where we're at. Devices can often have testing capacity for different levels. That doesn't change the detection levels. In terms of what police have done with people who have been illegally or have had no ability to prove that it was illegal use of THC, what they have done there in the past, I can't answer for that. But what we've had in conversations with police is that is 50 nanograms is the level that was set for roadside detection.
So it would be good, because a lot of a lot is left to the regulations in terms of this reform. It would be good to, I mean, it's critical information really, to confirm which device or devices the New South Wales Police are using for roadside screening and the concentration at which those devices return a positive result. I'm trying to think of a device at the roadside where you kind of, slide along a THC concentration detection slider and you change it from 15 to 50. I'm not sure how that happens, but maybe the technology's advanced.
Can I just let you know, I've just had an update. So the drug wipe is set at 50. It's also designed to detect recent use, so it guarantees it detects at 50. It will also
Have you got
detect
the name
lower.
of that? Drug wipe?
This name of, you can say.
It's the drug wipe 3S.
Yeah.
Oh, the Securitech drug wipe 3, yeah.
So my understanding, it's like a COVID test. It's a yes or a no. So, and then, yeah.
And also come back to that one with the just in terms of the exploring the privacy issue with the bill.
Yep.
We've had conversations about this as well, but what's the latest information in terms of where the data will be stored in terms of a patient's registration as a medicinal cannabis patient?
Yeah, so when a patient registers, that information is stored with their licence details, so on drives. It's not, you won't have an endorsement on your licence. It doesn't go on the physical licence. It will go on the electronic copy of the licence, but it'll be a code similar to like if you've got I think it's an S for spectacles. So it'll be, that's where that information will be stored.
Okay.
And all of the normal standard procedures around privacy will do that. We
come
take
back to
that really seriously.
My time's almost up, but on the website for the Securitech saliva drug test wipe, did you say which one was it?
3S.
3S. I think I'm looking at the right page, and it says tracing cannabis consumption, the detection limit of the active substance THC in saliva is 5 nanograms per milliliter. But maybe it's not the 3S. We'll come back to that. Questions from Mrs. Natalie Ward, the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister and officials for coming along today. Minister, in the last 2 years, how many times have you been subjected to a mobile drug test?
Not very many. I'd say none, probably.
None?
No. I'm
Yes, sir.
usually, like, not out on driving, so yes.
Yeah, yep. Do you know how many, I'm not having a go, it's a question, but how many, I'll call them MDTs, mobile drug tests, were conducted last year?
Off the top of my head, is it 200,000, I think? I think it's around 200,000. I'll have to just confirm that. And I say I haven't been tested. I have seen them out on the network, and that is correct, 200,000, yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be that's a credit, but maybe not a distinction. It's 231,258, so round about there. Thank you. That was according to your question on notice, number 5022. Did the government conduct modelling around how many times the average driver might be stopped by a mobile drug test?
Look, to my knowledge, I don't know that. I don't think that was part of the modelling on this one. Yeah.
Okay, so there was modelling done. What was that modelling?
No, that's not what I said.
You said it wasn't part of the modelling, so just following on from that, was there...
Sorry, no.
Sorry,
no.
You said it wasn't... I acknowledge I wasn't trying to confuse you. You said it was not part of the modelling.
Part of the consultation, part of the work that's being done by Transport to look at this.
Okay, the consultation. So was there any modelling done of this or other modelling done in relation to this legislation?
Well, there's been like an enormous amount of consultation and discussions and speaking to the expert working group on this, and I just don't want to lead you into like giving you the wrong answer because I don't have all of that. There's been an enormous body of work that's been going into this.
I don't want to lead you there either. We're here to get to what's been done, what hasn't, what the outcomes are, so we agree on that. But just in relation to park the consultation, that's good, and the expert working group will come back to that. Just in relation to modelling specifically, what modelling has been undertaken?
So the expert working group met over an 18 months, 2-year period, extensive period since the drug summit, and we're looking at all aspects of what would happen. So experts from health, from Attorney Generals, from police, from Transport for New South Wales, to look at what is the lived experience of people in our community who are taking a legally prescribed medication that, in some cases is saving their lives, and what is their lived experience of trying to get to medical appointments, whether it's cancer treatment or mental health appointments or whatever those things they need to do in their lives, and what was their experience in that space. So what happens when they're at the roadside, what happens when they go to get a prescription, what happens when they go to visit their doctor, and looking at all of those aspects of what that looks like. And then also, obviously, we had road safety data, we had looked at it from the perspective of police, what happens to them when they're at the roadside and they pull over someone and there is a detection, what do they do, what do they ask for, what are they empowered to do, what happens at the court, what happens, all along that area. So there was a lot of discussion around that, as well as there was, obviously medical research in that space.
Thank you. You mentioned, I might just pick up on the road safety data. What road safety data was obtained?
So obviously the Centre for Road Safety, we also looked at what happened in other jurisdictions, for example, Tasmania and Victoria, and how they with their changes to this, what's been happening there. So, yeah.
So that data, was that relied on in the government making this decision to bring forward this legislation?
All of it came through, and yes, there was that conversation about it, yes.
Okay, and has that data been made public?
No, not for the most part.
Okay, are you able to table that Centre for Road Safety data?
Well, I think it's available on the website, so...
Well, in the event that it's not, will you agree to table it, given that you have relied on it and it's out there?
If it's different to what's on the website, I'm happy to do that. I mean, this is the challenge that, we've seen a conflation by the opposition. I think when there was the confusion and they didn't know what bill was being introduced, they started to oppose our bill on the basis of an independent crossbenchers bill.
We're not talking about the process.
But I just want to make this clear, that everybody who has a script is responsible for any of the fatalities or serious trauma that is seen by people who may have had THC in their system and not understanding the road safety data. And that's why we have been very limited in this proposal in the legislation. You know, people can't have, they can't be having alcohol, they can't be having other drugs, they can't be a restricted
I'm
driver.
I'm going to jump in here if you don't mind, just because I have limited time. I understand what you said and I have let you speak for some time, so I might just jump in at that point. I'm interested though in the mobile drug testing. So it doesn't seem that there was modelling around that. I think you've said that, and that is what it is.
Well, not that I know. I mean, there's more than 2,800 documents in the SO 52, which I gather you would have read through all of those. So then you would have the detail of that. I've been working with my team and with the Transport Department and with the expert working group to work through all of this.
On that then. So if you do have modelling on the mobile drug testing, could you provide
well, depending
that
on
notice
what
to the
status it is, whether it's what status it is.
Sure.
Ms Ward, if
all right, I might just move on. Yep, I'm happy to chat that up in the afternoon. Yep, I just have very limited time, so I might just move to my question. I think we've spent enough time on the modelling and you'll produce what you can. So can you point to a single example where one driver has ever been subjected to a mobile drug test 3 times in 2 years?
That is, look, we don't get people's names in transport on what they're at, and we are hearing the anecdotes from the Drug Summit, which was an open public forum where people could go to it, of people who were telling us, yes, they have been subjected to multiple
Okay, so do you have an example where one person was subjected to that testing 3 times within a 2-year period?
Well, I won't be... If I did have that to give you, which I'm telling you about the anecdotal evidence that I heard at the Drug Summit directly from people, in the workshops that I attended, the number of those on this particular topic, people were telling me that was that. Now, I can't give you their names, I can't give you when they were subjected to that, but that's something that the advocates, people with lived experience, had told us that was the case. We know that...
So someone just to be clear, someone at the Drug Summit said to you, Minister, that they had been tested 3 times in 2 years by a mobile drug testing unit.
Well, we know that police regularly prosecute repeat offenders. So the drug tests are in areas where there is, you know, high drug use.
I just want to be clear on your evidence, though.
And you'd have to...
If your evidence is that you spoke with somebody at the Drug Summit who said that they had been tested, I just want to clarify that.
I
to
heard
be fair
that
to you,
from an advocate in a
that they
workshop.
had been tested 3 times in 2 years.
No, I didn't hear it as 3 times in 2 years.
That's
I heard them
what
saying they had been tested regularly.
Sure. So considering there are around $6.9 million licence holders in New South Wales, if you divide the number of MDTs conducted in 2025, a New South Wales driver has a statistical chance of being drug tested of about 3.35% in a calendar year. So let's call it 3%-ish, 3.5% if you like, we can round it up. If we use those same assumptions to estimate the probability of a single driver being tested 3 times over 2 consecutive years, that equates to a roughly 1 in 20,000 chance of this occurring. So my question is, how will your scheme ever actually detect someone driving high?
Okay, Ms Ward.
You got a 1 in 20,000 chance, statistically, on the basis of your own testing that has happened. If you break that down, a 1 in 20,000 chance, how will this scheme actually ever detect someone driving high?
Ms Ward, I think if you look at how drug detection happens in New South Wales, it's targeted to areas where, you know, police are thinking that they're going to pick up these people, detect people who are driving with illicit drugs in their system. So I think it's not necessarily a straight statistical chance as you are describing it. I think that is actually not how police work. Police tend to use a risk-based management assessment in the way they do any of their policing, but I mean, you need to speak to the police minister about how that works, but I would guarantee it's not the way that you're describing it there.
But it's a straight factual analysis, isn't it? 231,258 MDTs last year. If you take that over 2 years, then the probability, given the statistical chance of being drug tested, based on the 2025 numbers, based on the licence holder number in New South Wales and based on the number of tests conducted, means that statistically, it's not me putting an angle on it or you or the police or anyone else. The facts are, aren't they, that there will be a 1 in 20,000 chance of this occurring.
Ms Ward, I would completely reject the premise of your question because that's not how those drug tests are done. It's not that it's not done in that way, and it's just.
It's not done in what way?
Well, the tests are done from a drug detection mobile bus. They would not be going to every single town in New South Wales. You know, we hear that. So it's
so there are certain towns where you'll be able to drive no problem. Is that what you're saying? All right, well, let's go back to the modelling.
No, Ms Ward, I think that the problem here is I'm very strong in this, in what I said every day since I've become Roads Minister, Regional Roads Minister before that, is I don't want to encourage anyone to be driving under the influence of a drug, to be impaired. Any drug, doesn't matter what it is.
I understand.
And what we are doing here is saying that if you've got an actual medicinal script for a substance which changes your life, which improves your life and makes it worth living, you should be treated with the same dignity as anyone else.
Thank you.
And most of those people are not actually subject to any kind of random drug test. There are not random drug tests for opioids, for benzodiazepines, for psychotropic drugs.
For this.
Well, is that the policy of the Liberal Party? That's what I want to know, because
you are the chair as the minister. I've previously done that, but I'm interested in your policy, which is the legislation you're asking this Parliament to consider, and the road
your
safety
party has been
experts.
vilifying patients who your government, when you were in government,
Minister,
actually allowed to access
legislation
this medication and treating them with the gravest disrespect. And I won't have it. I think it's disgusting.
Chair, I might get back to my question if I may.
Yeah, do.
So my questions are about the operation of the scheme you have proposed. It's not about the any slant on anybody in particular. It is about the merits of this scheme, not about the merits of it, how it will operate on the ground, how people will be tested. That's what we're interested in, the implementation of this scheme. So how does giving someone 2 warnings improve road safety? If the overwhelming majority of registered users may not actually be tested 3 times within a 2-year period, how will it, the 2 warning system, improve road safety?
So, Ms Ward, we are proposing under this legislation a whole suite of arrangements. One is that if somebody is given a script for medicinal cannabis by their doctor as a patient, they then need to register that script. They then need to undergo an education module to understand the impact of drugs, to actually get the understanding of what THC does and how they might be able to identify if there's impairment for them. We then go to the roadside. If at the roadside they have no other drugs detected in their system, they are not, or alcohol for that matter, and they are not on a restricted licence, so not an LP, commercial or heavy vehicle operator, then they are able to access the provisions, which is a warning. And that lasts for 2 years. Now, in that situation, if somebody got that, it would be reasonable to assume they would go back to their doctor, or they would find a way to amend their behaviour. And that would enable them to still, and also let's be clear, they are still subject to a 24-hour ban. So there is still a consequence. They still have to get back to their home or to their appointment or whatever they're trying to do. So there is a consequence for them of this. And to, this has been I just feel that what the opposition has done with this legislation is you didn't even know what bill you were arguing about before you came out and opposed it. And the comments of your leader around
Minister,
doctors handing out prescriptions like confetti are just so offensive, And you think about the life-changing impacts of medicinal cannabis for some people in our state.
Thank you. Minister, why was
treated that disrespect is egregious.
Thank you. Minister, why was 3 detections selected rather than 2?
this was a whole of government process that
Sure,
went
but
through.
what was the basis for selecting the 3 as opposed to the 2?
Because it was obviously part of the advice around the expert working group, and it was something else. I'm not going to go into every single aspect of why we chose what we chose.
So the expert advice recommendation was 3, not 2?
The expert working group, and obviously, government as a whole of government through cabinet. So I'm not going to go into all of those discussions.
Well, the expert group was tasked with the job of bringing their expertise, I presume, to this task, and in doing so you've just referred to their advice. So was it their advice, and will you table their advice recommending that it be 3 strikes, not 2, if that's what you're relying on? The Cabinet relied on.
Ms Ward, you've got all of the information that you can get through the SO52, and I think I'll refer you to that if you want to go through
Well, no,
that.
I'm asking you as the Minister responsible, sitting here today, about your legislation. Was 2 strikes ever considered?
Ms Ward, I am going to refer you to my previous answer, which I have answered that question.
So 2 strikes was never considered? It was always just straight to 3 strikes?
That's not what I said.
Well, what are you saying? Clarify it for
I
us
refer
here
you
now.
to my previous question. These discussions
Question
happened
or answer?
over 2 years. There was the expert working group, there was cabinet consultation, and I'm not going to go into more detail about the whys and wherefores of this. You were offered
So
briefings.
who ultimately
no one
recommended?
from your
Who ultimately
ministry wanted to take those up.
Who ultimately recommended, and then who ultimately decided on 3 strikes?
Pardon?
Who ultimately recommended, and then who ultimately decided on 3 strikes?
I'm not going to go through the government's decision-making process to that level of detail.
Okay. Can you confirm that New South Wales Police will not be able to distinguish a registered medical cannabis user via their onboard automatic number plate recognition system, the ANPR system?
Yes, I can, because the number plates are linked to the registration of the car and the licence is linked to the person.
So they will be able to use the ANPR system to recognise a registered medical cannabis user. Is that what you're confirming today?
What I'm saying is that, so you're saying, sorry, can you repeat the first question again,
Sure.
not the second one where you
Yes, certainly.
summarised?
Can you confirm that New South Wales Police will not be able to distinguish a registered medical cannabis user using their onboard ANPR system, the automatic recognition
Of the number
plate?
plates?
That won't pop up that someone's a registered medical cannabis user.
Of
will
the
it?
number plates. You said number plates the first time, I think.
You
Did
have-
I mishear
are
it?
you
Sorry, I just
familiar with
I'm
the-
sorry. It's really important because I want to make sure this is clear. Did you say number plates the first time? Because that's what I heard.
Yeah, the automatic number plate recognition system. Are you
Yeah,
familiar
that's
with
right.
that?
So-
it's a system within transport where there's automatic recognition.
Yes. So that, as I
police-
said the first time, automatic number plate recognition technology would not be used to identify or target registered medicinal cannabis patients because, as I said, the number plates go with the car, the licences go with the people.
Thank you. So, did police, during the course of the development of this legislation, did police request that the warnings be fed into the ANPR system?
Look, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
As I said, 2 years of conversations.
Sure. And in that time, the police didn't raise with you or with Transport any concerns about the police's ability to properly enforce this system as the legislation is presently written?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Police didn't raise any concerns?
The full question, can you just repeat?
Did the New South Wales Police raise with you or Transport any concerns about their ability to properly enforce this system as the legislation's presently written?
No, not to my knowledge, about as the legislation is currently written.
Thank you. No concerns. So apart from the indicator...
As it's
on-
currently written, yes. no.
Certainly. Apart from the indicator on the licence, how else will police be able to identify a registered medical cannabis user?
Sorry, just say it again.
Apart from on their licence,
Yep.
how else will police be able to recognise and identify a registered medical cannabis user?
Only from their licence.
Okay, so no other options?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And will police have access to a live Transport for New South Wales database of users and warnings?
Yes, they will.
So driver gets a warning, their first warning, they may get their second warning. So that is, you're confirming that that will be a live database that will be updated?
Well, it's through drives is my understanding, so police have access to drives.
Okay, and how quickly will that be uploaded?
I'd have to get the advice on, what is it?
Okay.
We'll take it on notice.
If we could get that today, that would be helpful. That might save me some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, back to the driver's licence situation with the exactly how on the electronic version is it to be recorded that somebody is a medicinal cannabis patient? How is it recorded?
So my understanding, it would be like a code that's put on, so just like as if you have spectacles now or some other condition that is flagged on your licence, that would be flagged there. So it wouldn't say on your Service New South Wales app that you're a medicinal cannabis patient. It would have a code that's what that would mean.
Okay, and so essentially, so anybody in a government agency or anywhere else that's able to access that, they can, they'll know what that code is. So the code will be like, say, a letter or...
Yeah, it'll be, you know, when you have your licence, you've got the first bit, which is the bit that if you sign into a club or a venue or something, you do that. That will be there. This will be on the back of it, which is the second screen, I guess, as you scroll down. Obviously, there are compartmentalisations within drives about who can access what information. So I don't think it would be correct to say anyone who has access to any part of the driver's licence would be able to access that.
Okay. With the Securitech drug wipe 3S, has there been a maybe the New South Wales Police have commissioned drug wipes for their particular circumstance?
Look, Ms Fairman, I don't know about that. That would be something you'd need to raise with the Police Minister, or we can undertake to take it on notice. Yeah.
The Securitech drug wipe 3S, an evaluation report I have here, says that it's 15 nanograms per millilitre is what's tested, 15, not 50. That's what's currently in use in New Zealand, the 3S. I haven't seen that it's currently in use here, but it does say 15. So maybe if you could just find out whether I think if the police were commissioning a completely new drug wipe for their own purposes for 50, I think that it wouldn't be called 3S. It would be a different product. Again, you see why I'm asking the questions, because it's, if you're a medicinal cannabis patient, 15 is very different to 50.
Oh, look, I totally agree. And as I said, we'll look into it and come back to you on that.
Maybe there's some concerns that they're being told one thing by the government and the police, that it's 50, but it's actually going to be 15.
Well, no, that's not correct. We're very clear on that. So, look,
well, I'm not sure whether that's... It's clear in terms of the legislation, but the practicality and what's happening on the ground, which is what you said, nothing's changing, it's what's already happens on the ground, is 15. Like, what have the police been using up until now? I mean, there actually isn't anything, it seems, in existence that I can find that even tests 50 now, let alone if they're getting something else for this legislation. But that's not the point, because it's the same as it's always been.
Yeah. Look, I can only tell you what I've been advised through the expert working group in the last 2 years. The drug wipe is approved and gazetted. Obviously, I'm concerned by what you're saying, and I will look into that and see what the situation is. But the reality is that under legislation, it will be the 50 nanograms. That will be the threshold. And So, I mean, Sally, do you want to speak to that more?
Yes, so perhaps I can just clarify. So the 3S device is approved and gazetted. It is, as the Minister mentioned, like a COVID test. It has a guaranteed sensitivity at 50 nanograms per mil. It is a positive or negative, so it's a detection device. If somebody tests positive at the roadside, having used one of those devices, they will then be provided with another test from a different batch. If that goes positive, so like a COVID test, it's positive or negative, then the driver is suspended at the roadside for 24 hours. The other thing that happens is that there is an oral fluid collection, and that then is sent to the lab, and the lab then does the evaluation, and the threshold then for laying charges is 10 nanograms per mil, but under the amendments that are before the Parliament, there will be introduced a 50 nanograms per mil, a higher level for those who have a medicinal cannabis prescription and have undertaken the mandatory training course, are not commercial drivers and are not provisional or L-platers.
I think, thank you, Ms. Webb. I think you've made sense a little bit of the situation, and possibly there's the point of misinformation is the roadside test. Really, the 50 nanograms per milliliter kicks in afterwards.
That's right. And just to be clear about the roadside test, so the 50 nanograms per mil assurance by the manufacturer is that it will absolutely detect at that level, but it will detect at lower levels as well, but it's assured to detect at 50.
Okay. All right, we'll come back if there's further questions on that. Now, let's go to some local transport issues, which I have a few to ask about. Minister, Cuttagee Bridge. Beautiful bridge down the far south coast, which I have visited recently. So there was a revised funding agreement, I understand, in just recently in July this year, with the Bega Valley Shire Council to provide $30 million. Is that correct? With them to build a new two-lane concrete bridge, shared pathway. There's wooden bridges right along that road. The Cuttagee Bridge at the moment, it's basically goes across Cuttagee Lake near Bermagui, pristine estuary. Firstly, just in terms of that funding deed, it's the largest council-managed transport infrastructure project in New South Wales, rated as high risk in the recent Auditor General report. Why has the government thrown so much money at this gorgeous little old bridge in near Bermagui?
Yeah, look, this has been a really long process for that community. Back under the former government, the bridge was identified and funded under Fixing Country Bridges for, I think it was about $12 million at the time, to be repaired or restored. It was then found to be not eligible for that project because it wasn't just a timber bridge, it was a composite bridge. So the Fixing Country Bridges program was only eligible for, or timber bridges were only eligible to be in that program. So we came into the 2023 election and we were speaking to community and they were concerned about it, like it was needing desperate work. It had been, I think, from memory, the speed had been reduced to about 10 kilometres an hour. It was just really quite in a parlous state. and they'd had this promise of funding to fix it, and then it couldn't be there. So we made a commitment that we would spend $15 million to thinking on the basis of what work had been done by the former government and the council, that it would be able to fix the issues on the bridge. We then worked very hard with council and with the local community, a lot of concerns around wanting to maintain the heritage nature of the structure from some parts of the community, very concerned about the very low weight limits and the impact on garbage trucks and water trucks and fire trucks and ambulances and all the other, emergency and living kind of transport that was required to keep it open. And so we worked with council when they didn't want to put up a sort of heritage-based one. We said, well, no, you need to give us a heritage-based one, because the community was very keen on that. We then got to the period where they gave the council gave us what their plans were, and then we were still concerned. We had representations from the community that they wanted it to maintain more of the heritage aspect, and why can't we just fix it? So we sent the transport engineers down there who actually did a full assessment on the safety of the bridge, and it was determined that we could spend $30 million essentially rebuilding the bridge as it was, with no extra increased functionality. It would probably last, I think it was about maybe 20 years, something in that order. I'm not exactly sure, I can't remember, but it was maybe 20 years. Or we could actually replace it and would last, 5 times that length of time, and it would actually fix the problem. We wouldn't be back here doing that. And from, taking very seriously the need to ensure that, that asset was able to get fire trucks through during an emergency, remembering that, we'd had back in 2023.
Yeah, I'm aware of the road, and I'm aware that, in fact, there's lots of little bridges. So, so if you're talking about emergency services, you need to be applying that to every single bridge on that beautiful tourist, gorgeous road, including the fact that the Wallaga Bridge just up from that has been restored, replaced by Transport for New South Wales, maintaining its heritage values. I understand that restoration was $13.3 million, still largely timber, not a 2-lane, big concrete thing. So I'm aware. I just think that argument around emergency services vehicles just doesn't stack up. It's not like it's the only bridge there. I mean, if that's the case, Transport for New South Wales could be looking at replacing all of, making that a highway, that beautiful road. So that's not the reason. The question also I had was around environmental assessments. What environmental assessments were made prior to approving the plan to demolish and build the new bridge?
So that obviously that will go through all of those, and that has to still happen.
Does it?
So my understanding is that the council is still going to be engaging with the community through the delivery of the project and through the review of environmental factors.
What I understand is that there wasn't an environmental impact statement, that the local community are kind of worried about critically endangered hooded plovers in the area, endangered little bats that are nesting in the bridge in the area, the dune vegetation. So there's quite a bit of community concern, and I think the question is why has the government prioritised this one? Again, the Auditor General found it's high risk, and you've just thrown $30 million on it. I mean, Cuttagee Bridge is one of a series of, there's 5 single lane historic timber bridges along that beautiful 50-kilometre stretch, low use coast road going through national parks, state forests, a few farms. It's just crazy. Why are you doing it?
My understanding
Why are you supporting it?
Well, my understanding is that under the various acts, council will have to do an REF on this, and that will be exhibited. And look, the challenge here
are all the other little bridges, all the other historic timber bridges next? You're trying to
no, that's very different situation there. So, like with this particular bridge, it had the speed limit. It was in such a deteriorated condition that it was down to 10, or it might have even been 5, but it was very low speeds to go on it. It doesn't have any walking ability on, like any.
But there were proposals, I understand, to fix it to a level that it was restored,
which would have cost
it wasn't
$30
a
million.
concrete.
But it would have cost $30 million to restore it. That was the advice that we were getting, that it was going to be the same to restore it to what it was, which would not last the distance, and we'd be back there doing it. And from a taxpayer perspective, like, we can't be just going through and doing that. So that was the situation there. And I mean, yeah, anyway.
Minister, what has been put in place after that Auditor General's report into the Regional Roads Fund audit, allegations of political project selection? What have you done in your department to investigate that?
Look, there's been a substantial piece of work. I'll let Josh talk about what that piece of work has been.
Thank you, Minister. And we do take it very seriously. The Audit Office identified areas where documentation and grants administration could be improved. And we've accepted many of the opportunities for improvement and are working through those. In fact, many of them, including around grants administration, had been done very early in the process and before any money had certainly been paid out to councils, but the Audit Office was tracing that back to the origins of the Regional Roads Fund.
And I suppose in terms of coming up to an election, one of the issues that the Auditor General identified was the concentration of projects and funding going to Labor-held seats. So what's been identified to prevent that happening?
Ms Femi, can I just correct you on that? That's a fallacy that's been put out by the opposition. If you go back to what the political status of those seats was prior to the election, there was a very good mix of seats on the crossbench, in National seats, in Liberal Party seats, in Labor Party seats. In fact, Ms Overall, in fact, made one of the announcements that we funded in the Regional Road Fund. So she made an unfunded announcement that they were going to do something. We actually funded it. So that was...
With an election committee.
Look, I think in 3.5 years of being the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, and a couple of years of being the Minister for Roads, I think it would be very hard for any council in this to state and any local member to say they haven't had a hearing with me, which I have to say has been very different from the experience I had in 8 years of opposition. And my concern has always been to put the community of New South Wales first, to ensure that communities, wherever they live, however they vote, actually get access to the infrastructure that they need. And that's been my concern as Minister. It will continue to be. I think 20 of the 29 projects that were announced at the election campaign were in coalition or independent seats. The margins of them were varied from something, like 2% to, 16, 17%. So there was a broad range. It wasn't done on the electoral pendulum. We did that analysis after, when the allegations started to come through. What the announcements were about was infrastructure that had been ignored by the coalition, where they'd done 3/4 of the intersection with the Princess Highway at Tourist Heads, where they hadn't funded something that they'd announced there in Monero, where there was projects that had been slated to be done in 2010, which the former government put on ice, and then put another 20,000 homes on the other side of it. So, really, this was about trying to ensure that communities that weren't in safe National Party seats, which had been the modus operandi before, were getting funding to the expense of other projects around the state.
And so, for example, with the Auditor General finding that, saying that Cudagy Bridge was one of the higher risk projects, what happened to, what did Transport for New South Wales do to reassess their support for that project?
Look, put you to the Trudy.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms Fairman. When the Cuttagee reassessment was done and it was deemed that that bridge could actually not be repaired, so needed full replacement, we did take into account all the Regional Roads Fund audit findings. I actually personally sent it back to the team to check against the findings again before I approved it. We made sure we did options and risk analysis, further project justification, checked assurance processes, made sure the governance was in place. So we did enhance the checks in line with the Regional Road Fund audit outcomes.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it there, so 10 seconds. Questions from the opposition?
Yes,
Mrs.
thank
Overall.
you. Morning all, and I'll be happy to hear from you when we're back, Minister. No problems whatsoever. Going on with the line of Ms Fairman's questioning there and the Auditor General's May 6 report concerning the Regional Road Fund, of course underpinned by the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, which was set up by our Nationals Liberals government for regional projects, specifically excluding Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong. And the report stated that Transport for New South Wales could not provide documentation to explain why the $30 million for the Dapto M1 ramp and the Bulli Pass bypass investigation, both Wollongong projects, is now being taken from the Regional Road Fund instead of the unrestricted Urban Road Fund as it was initially intended to do. So, Minister, who made the decision to make this change and based on what evidence?
Thank you for that question. It's an interesting question. Obviously, I think it's probably something that I can ask the department on that. It wasn't my decision to do that.
So you didn't make the decision, the Treasurer make the decision, the Premier make the decision?
Look, these projects, once they went through ERC, through Cabinet, so I really can't speak to the...
So it just happens by magic?
That's not what I said, but...
You didn't say anything.
You want to make...
you didn't say anything, Minister. You said that you don't think you made the decision. Are you certain of that? So you're stealing money from Regional Road Fund to prop up city projects that the Auditor General has called out, saying that there was not the evidence to back that. So are you able to provide evidence of why this decision was made and who made it?
Ms. Overall, I think when you're looking at the M1 connections around in that area, there's obviously at the time of the election, where those ramps were going to go was not determined. We knew that they needed to be made. We knew that they were going to help unlock housing in regional seats around the Illawarra. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that could come from there.
Well, clearly the Auditor General thinks that it's too much of a stretch and specifically states in the report that it does not meet the criteria for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund that specifically excludes Sydney, Newcastle and Wollongong.
Well, that's an issue you'll have to take up with the Treasurer.
You are the Roads Minister. Do you not oversee the Regional Road Fund?
My role as the Roads Minister is to build the roads and infrastructure that people right across the state do. Now, the Auditor General has expressed an opinion.
Who makes the decisions for the funding,
Minister?
Minister?
The Auditor General has expressed an opinion about the roads and where they are and where that is going to be. Now, if you look at the Auditor General's report, it demonstrates the need for government departments to assure the appropriate mechanisms are in place to deliver on election commitments by incoming governments.
And they certainly talk about election commitments.
Accepted and acknowledged the recommendations of the audit report. And they have undertaken and will continue to undertake strengthening arrangements in place. I mean, remembering that, we came from an era where under your government, floods only happened in
We provided the $4.2 billion for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund under our government. You're quite right,
That's
Minister.
right, and didn't spend it in enough regional places. And I think
but you're happy to take it from urban projects
and
make sure that you're stealing from regional
21%
areas.
achieved by your government. We've got it to 25% in the regions on restart.
So, Minister, I'll draw your attention then to, so you're saying that you don't think or you're certain that you didn't make the decision that $30 million would come from the Regional Road Fund instead of the Urban Road Fund?
What I'm saying to you, Ms. Overall, is that when that commitment was made,
was that there needed to be ramps around there to provide...
I'm not asking, that's not what I'm asking.
Well,
I'm
I'm telling
asking
you
who
the
made the
answer, which
decision based
is
on what evidence?
that I'm telling you the answer, so if you want to hear it... Yeah, I am.
You've got the evidence for that?
I'm telling you that those ramps were to provide housing outcomes for people living in communities
That is not an answer to what I'm asking.
Well, you might not like the answer, but that's the answer.
The Auditor General didn't like the answer because
he
I'm
didn't
asking
ask
for
me,
the evidence,
so I'm telling
Minister.
you now that with the M1 ramps, it was about improving access for people living in regional New South Wales outside of Wollongong LGA, which is well within the bounds of that.
So you're able to provide that evidence that the Auditor General says that Transport for New South Wales was unable to provide. You can now table that for us in order to clear this up, how this money has moved.
I'm telling you
that you can't do that.
Point of order has been taken, Mr.
Is there a
Primrose.
chance we could allow the Minister to actually complete a sentence?
Yeah.
I think that would be the
yes,
courteous thing to do.
Yeah, thank you. I will uphold point of
So
order, and if because I was interested in hearing that as well. So we'll just, Minister, if you could answer the question, and Mrs. Overall,
certainly,
if you could please just allow the Minister to
certainly,
answer.
Chair, if we can answer
that
the
would
question.
be a wonderful thing.
So the southern M1 ramps that were being discussed and were committed to start to get the funding towards are going to assist with opening up housing and other development around that area. It will benefit not just people in the Wollongong LGA, if that, but even people who are outside of that, so Shell Harbour, etc. So in terms of the actual discussions around how things were discussed and how they were allocated, a lot of that is around cabinet in confidence and expenditure review commitment. So committee, so you might need to just hold that fire.
No,
can I say to you,
you might need to provide the documentation when the Auditor General's report specifically states 4 projects previously funded from the Urban Roads Fund were changed to Regional Road Fund projects without documentation of the rationale for the change of funding source. So can you provide that rationale to back that decision, Minister?
These are decisions that are made by Cabinet.
Oh, goodness me. And just in relation to your point that you also can't answer me whether you made the decision, the Treasurer or the Premier, and now you're suggesting that it's Cabinet in confidence, I do have an email here from the Director of Premier Cabinet and Regional Development Policy and Budget. Ultimately, project selection is a matter for the Minister. They simply need to ensure the projects meet the requirements of the election commitment as well as the core elements of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund legislation, which the Auditor General has clearly stated they have not met. Are you going to be able to either provide the evidence that backs up that decision, or will you give the money back so that regional people are not having their projects stolen to prop up metropolitan ones?
Ms. Overall,
yes or no, Minister? Pretty simple.
In relation to the audit, the New South Wales Government and Transport for New South Wales have taken the recommendations, acknowledged them, accepted them, and are strengthening arrangements in place. Under our government, we have got 25% of the capital, transport and roads infrastructure budget going to regional New South Wales, excluding Newcastle and Wollongong. And we've also spent well above the average under your government of 21% in your last years in government. We've got
so you're going to fix it now, but you're still taking that money from where it shouldn't come from, and hopefully that won't happen into the future.
Okay, so we're just going to keep this, right?
Yeah. Yes, point of order has been taken and the Chair agrees with it. So we'll just try and hear the Minister just once more. Minister, had you finished what you were saying?
I just want to reiterate that this government has spent more in regional New South Wales through a variety of mechanisms, including Restart, including our roads and transport capital and our infrastructure budget. Our last budget,
just released a couple of months ago, 25% of that goes to regional New South Wales. We just came back from announcing $200 million on the Great Western Highway. Which will
okay, so
impact
let's
on
get to
regional
that,
New
shall
South
we?
Wales.
Let's move on.
So-
Thank you,
oh,
Minister. You've opened the door for that one, so let's go straight to it, because of course you know it's coming, and hence the big announcement just a day before this estimates, to quote Muriel's wedding. What a coincidence, Deirdre Chambers. But it's still 160 days before coming good. You've got mums travelling hundreds of kilometres to get kids to school. You've got nurses sleeping in cars. How much is the contract that you signed with Seymour White?
So, Ms Overall, in terms of the contract, those particular details are commercial in confidence, but we have got a budget of $200 million.
Okay, well, let's, will
Order,
it be...
order.
Well,
We'll just
you
maybe
ask a
just
question.
allow-
It'd be nice just once to try and get the answer out, you know, without
Get
the
an
commentary
answer out.
and the nasty little legal tactics.
Minister.
Sorry, I've put up with it for 3.5 years and I'm sick of it.
Minister.
I haven't been here for 3.5 years.
Order.
So.
Order. I did jump in early because I could see what was about to happen, and I don't think I prevented it entirely. But Minister, continue, because I did request that the member not interrupt.
Yep.
And also, just a reminder to treat witnesses with respect.
Of course.
We can ask them questions, but
Absolutely,
we can
Chair.
still treat them with respect.
Not
Minister.
disrespectful.
Yeah, look,
Argumentative perhaps, but not disrespectful.
Minister.
Okay. The contracts, obviously at this point in time, are commercial in confidence. They will be declared online as they normally are as we go forward. There'll be the disclosures at the appropriate milestones of it. What we said right from the get-go here is that we were going into an alliance contract to get this work undertaken as quickly as possible. We understood the challenges experienced. I spoke to one of the workers on site just a couple of days ago who said to me, normally in any other project I've worked on, we wouldn't have got here until the 18 months into the project. We've got here in 5 months, 11 days. It's been an incredible piece of work, and I think, transport, the workforce have got to be congratulated. Now, of course, the community are suffering. We have been leaning in with every single element we can to assist them, from, extra additional rail services stood up within, I think, a week of the closure. It's unheard of. The free buses, we're changing them as we can. We've just announced school subsidy for parents who are having to make those extra trips. We have been doing every practical step we can throughout this. We've put $50 million towards strengthening of the causeway, to widen it, to improve the pavement, to make sure that there's traffic management and tow trucks there in that. And that will be an ongoing legacy for that community, because now, once the reconnection happens, they will then have not just a new 2 lanes with the 3rd lane provision coming through to do the climbing lane on the eastbound side of the highway, but they will also have a stronger detour route with the Darling Causeway, which they would never have had under your government.
Actually, they would have had a completely different corridor that was reliable and safe between Katoomba and Lithgow, Minister. But thank you for the comprehensive answer. We've all read the media releases. In regard to the contract, then, I understand commercial in confidence.
What were you saying? Can you just
will
repeat
it be covered by the... No,
order,
I'm sorry, Minister.
order.
I get to ask the questions until I'm sitting where you are, then you get to.
A point of order has been taken, Mr. Lawrence.
In gratuitous commentary, then the Minister might be entitled to address it.
To the point of order.
To the point of order. Order. I'll hear Mrs. Ward's point of order.
I think it's fair to say that both parties have done a little bit of that, and both have been fairly warned. And
that is
so
correct.
Thank
you, Mrs. Ward. That is
Excuse
correct.
me, Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to hear.
I will order. Let's hear the Minister's question to the member.
Sorry, it was just to understand. You just said something about an existing route between Katoomba and Lithgow. I think, are you talking about the tunnel that was put on ice under your government?
$4.5 billion that was shovel-ready, Minister. Let's not quibble about...
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, what can we do, honestly?
But anyway,
which wouldn't have been built now.
Okay, order, Minister. Let's hear from
We've had the argument.
member. Yeah.
Will, rather than the detail of the contract, will it be covered by the $200 million that's now been announced?
That's my understanding. That's what we're aiming to do. There's, the contractors are very motivated. The workforce is really motivated. They're going great guns.
Okay. Well, speaking of that, so you committed on the record to continuous 24/7 work, 24 hours, 7 days a week, So has that been the case?
So there's been a lot of work that's been undertaken. Obviously, the major piling works, that's when we can do the 24/7, because that will enable that. That's when we have everything set up.
So that hasn't been occurring yet.
So in the last couple of weeks, since we've announced the contract, they've had to put on 150 staff, so induct them onto the site. We've been doing micropiling and more geotechnical testing to satisfy the contractor that things are safe. And remember that this is an incredibly dangerous work site. You're working at a minimum of 12 metres above the existing rock underneath, and there is movement occurring on a regular basis. So when that happens, they have to stop and do it. So until they were able to do all that testing to ensure they could get the 76-tonne rig there to do the major piling, no, we didn't do it 24/7 in the dark. We're actually making sure that we looked after the safety of the workers.
Oh, well, I understand
but
that,
night
Minister,
work will be
but
from Monday.
Why did you commit to it then? So you're saying that it will be 24/7 from this point, or you can't guarantee that and you shouldn't have said that?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that.
Well, I'm just asking.
No, I appreciate your
said
advice.
it, so you won't be working 24/7. Okay,
they will
cool.
be from Monday. Thank you.
From Monday, they'll be working 24/7 from Monday, right? And that's guaranteed. So has that had anything to do with
Ms. Overall? I just want to be really clear, because just want to make sure that you understand. Good. If there is an issue, a catastrophic issue on the works, or if there is a safety work, then I expect that the workers will stop.
Yes.
While that is resolved.
And now, rightly so, but you made the commitment of 24/7.
Order.
Just because they stop digging doesn't mean they won't be working through that process. So this is the challenge here, that just because somebody is not digging a hole on a road project or laying asphalt doesn't mean they're not working on it.
Fair
and
enough,
that's been part of the commentary, and so
enough.
there's a lot of design and planning work that has to go in here. And I feel really incredibly sorry for that workforce that have been vilified by people saying, oh, nothing's happening, because they've actually been... Well, have a look at the social commentary that's been whipped up by some of your colleagues, and that's been really an unsafe psychosocial workspace for them, and I'm actually quite disturbed by that.
I'm sure you are.
When I speak to workers who don't want to have their faces shown because they're concerned about the attacks that they are getting on social media because of the frenzy of hate that's being whipped up on this project, it's absolutely egregious. People are struggling. I get that. And my heart goes out to them. I was in Lithgow the other day talking to some of the shopkeepers there, and they understand. They're excited that things are happening, but, you know, having people say nothing's happening or giving wrong dates, which is what's been happening under your colleagues in opposition, is not right.
Again, Minister, I'm not quibbling that it is a difficult situation and people are under undue amounts of stress, but making commitments that can't be upheld, you can understand why that may cause concern in the community as well. But does this have anything to do with why the live traffic camera has been turned off?
I think it's a reasonable assumption from any worker in Australia that you would not have the eyes of the whole world looking at you while you did your job, and I think that's a pretty standard kind of arrangement.
So that's why it's been turned off?
It has been turned off to provide some sense of psychosocial safety for those workers.
Okay.
We have been looking at how we can keep that the information for the community updated on how we will be giving that information, and we'll continue to work through that.
Safety matters, how will that be dealt with in the absence of why did we have the live camera for road safety?
So the live cameras for monitoring traffic, there's been no traffic there since early March.
But it was, the live traffic camera was still on until just recently, is that not right, when there was still no traffic?
Yeah, but there wasn't the large number of
psychosocial impacts.
There weren't the large number of workers on site, and we decided that, in consultation with the contractor, that we would take it off to.
Okay. Well, just 2 points to finish up then, Minister, on the basis of you acknowledging the difficult situation, the emotional impacts, the physical toll on the people living in the area, and all of us more broadly as well, of course. It impacts really the entire state. What about updates? Are they still only every 2 weeks?
So I might get Matt to talk to that. We've had a task force where we've been going out and doing
proactive pop-ups with communities about and taking on board their feedback and all of that. There's been, many opportunities for people to get information, and so I'll give Matt.
I just want to know, so
Thank you,
updates, I can come to Mr Fuller later in the day if there's, a full litany of things, but is it essentially community updates being provided every couple of weeks?
No, there's much more than that. In
Okay,
fact, in
great.
the
Well,
last 2 weeks, as well as some of those standard array of updates.
Great. Well, thanks, Mr
Literally
Fuller.
this morning, an update went to community advising of
Thank you,
night
Mr Fuller.
work.
I have a minute left. I'm happy to get a full and complete list from you this afternoon about what's going on. That would be fantastic. Just one final one for the Minister right now in the time I have left. So with Bathurst 1000 coming up at the beginning of October, we know what happened last year, road congestion, the detours, the difficulty with all of it. Are you going to back the Bathurst Council in their call for an additional $185,000 so that they can extend that into the Monday to ensure that we can try to alleviate some of that pressure on the roads?
Yeah, so Ms Overall, I've spoken to the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor of Bathurst around these issues a number of times, and obviously I'm very supportive of anything we can do to address traffic inflows. I just want to say, so it's on the record and we've got it all clear. So Monday of that after Bathurst is generally the long weekend, so generally the bump out on the Monday of the long weekend is a bit easy because you don't have school traffic. We're working with Transport and with the council to see how we can assist them in that. We know that every long weekend at Bathurst, as you say, before the closure of the road, it's been difficult. So we will be working with council on that, and I understand their concerns, and I think if you spoke to Ben Fry or Robert Taylor, that they would confirm that we have a positive working relationship. We've been working with them and we have been backing them in all of the ways that they have been trying to address these issues.
Great. Thank you.
Minister, the new regional train fleet, are they going to have less capacity than the existing fleet in terms of each train?
Yeah,
passengers, obviously.
Can I say it another way, just because
yes.
It's clearer in my head? My understanding is that when the former government ordered them, they ordered the same capacity across the fleet, whether that relates to individual trains, and there's more trains, the weeds of that I'm not into, but partially, to give credit, it was around getting better accessibility there, but it didn't acknowledge the growth that we've seen over the last few years in train link services, in the XPT specifically. The other area was, not ordering sleeper carriages, so that is a real challenge. So obviously we've just announced a $12 billion investment into train manufacturing. Minister Graham is the lead on
we're
that.
not talking about that yet.
Yeah, but that is something that we'll be looking at. We've already done
question. That's fine,
yeah, okay.
Minister. We'll get to that maybe. Sure. But it's the capacity. This is the question I'm asking about the new regional fleet. And the Explorer regional trains at the moment, I understand, have 146 seats plus 2 wheelchair spaces. Is that
I have to ask, Mr. You might, if you know the answer, how about we just go? You just tell me what you.
Well, no,
what the question is that leads on from those numbers.
Maybe the research. I prefer it confirmed.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So, have you got the train numbers?
We're trying to get information.
I just, if it's going to be 20 questions on what are the numbers on each train, I just can tell you right now. I don't have that
this
in my
isn't
head.
a trick question. I would just hope that somebody would be able to say that. And
Roger might have it for you. Sorry.
Okay.
Ms Fairman, it does depend on the number of carriages per set. We do, at the moment, have the ability to run either a 2-car Explorer set, a 3-car or a 4-car Explorer set.
Mr Weeks, you know what? We'll continue that.
Yeah, sorry.
Because we were about to eat into time. Okay, Mrs Overall.
Oh, gee, thank you. No, it's like I've got it there. Don't you worry about that. Minister, the renewable rollout, what's going on? Has Transport for New South Wales undertaken a statewide assessment of whether existing regional road network is capable of safely accommodating the volume, size and weight of heavy vehicle movements to construct all of the renewable energy projects around the state? A statewide assessment.
Yeah, so look, thanks for that question, and it is a good question because when we came to government, I remember one of the key commitments for me was the Merriwall overtaking lane because that hadn't been considered at all by the former government in the rollout of this Central West Orana res, which was a real challenge.
5 motorways, 3
In
do anything.
Sorry,
Order.
I just can't hear it. Sorry, what are you saying?
Okay,
Sorry,
so
Ms.
have we,
Ward.
No, you
have
don't-
we, have we
don't
done an
need to-
assessment?
you
Let's
don't
just get to
need
the
to
question.
hear the-
Have we
the-
done a statewide assessment,
okay,
and,
all right,
and are
so-
you able
Gallery.
to provide
yeah,
that?
Yeah, the short answer is to my knowledge, yeah, and I'll give Trudy opportunity. Do you want to talk about
No, I just need it. So, yep, we
Yes,
do have it,
we
and
have
we
it.
can table it.
We have done corridor assessments. I'll check what's available to be tabled.
Okay, and does that also include projects outside of reses? It is statewide.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's for the full corridor alignment from port to renewable energy zone, which is outside of the res proper. Correct.
Around the entire state, and then you'll let us know what we can have on that. Thank you. I appreciate that. What about the modelling of the cumulative impact on movements on the regional road network,
Yep,
particularly smaller rural regional roads
Yep.
as part of that? That's all been done?
Yeah, that's been like a major part of it because it's not just about improving the capacity; it's looking at the frequency, etc. So
Yes,
that's all been there.
and
that's
size, scale,
part of the
whether
work
they're-
that we were doing, going around talking to councils directly that were impacted because a lot of these the reses are on council roads. So it's also been talking to them about how the last and first mile happens as well. So
Thank you. Any government questions?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just ask the Minister if there's any issues that have arisen that you would like to further address or clarify.
no, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That means we go to a break now, and we'll be back at 11:15. Welcome back. That was me, wasn't it? Yes, and I was asking, let's continue about the regional rail fleet capacity. So, Mr. Weeks, you were talking about the 3 carriages, or two or three carriages. So is 3 the standard for these?
Thanks, Ms. Fairman, for the question. We do have the ability in our current fleet to change the configuration of our sets, as we would call them. So we can run a 5-car XPT set and up to a 7-car XPT set. And on our Explorers, we can run a 2, a 3 or a 4-car set. But perhaps to get the best comparison, if I use a 3-car Explorer set which matches to the 3-car short regional, and a 6-car XPT which matches to the 6-car long regional, if that would be okay. Would that be helpful?
What I was particularly, I was going to ask about the Sydney-Canberra route and the fact that it is highly utilised, very frequently booked out, I understand, and that might be a 3-car.
Yes, that's correct.
So that 3-car, is there a reason? Can it have more than 3 cars, the Sydney to Canberra?
For us to run the Sydney to Canberra as additional cars, yes, that's possible. We would look at the platform markings, so the car stopping markings that the driver needs to have to do that, but it is absolutely feasible.
Okay, so because I understand that the current capacity is 146 at 3 carriages.
Yes.
And that 3 carriages, did you have a look at that during the break?
I did, Ms. Fairman, yes. So you're correct. The current 3-car Explorer consist has 146 plus 2 accessible seating, so a total of 148. The short regional has 112 plus 6 accessible, so that's one of the significant advantages of the newer fleet, is that we have the wider doors, more accessible seating, so meeting our DSAP requirements.
Okay, so let's just go back to that capacity issue then. So that's 146 now, regularly booked out, Sydney to Canberra. I can't see it getting any better. I would assume demand's going to increase. So what's the plan? Because at that, what's that, a 30? We've got 25 or something less.
30.
Yeah, 30.
Less.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Ms. Fairman, obviously the Minister has been able to announce a government commitment in terms of some funding. Perhaps the Minister
Let's
might
go to the Minister.
and
Thanks,
then I
Mr.
can
Weeks. So it's a
address
good throw.
Yeah.
It's Gordon.
It is a good throw. So the 100 million you would have heard about with Minister King and the Chief Minister of the ACT, and that's been around looking at better reliability for that to try and get that under the 4 hours. We've also been refurbishing the XPT, so that's a $40 million program, which is just about complete, I think, from memory. And then also we're looking at how we look at, with that extra flexibility that Mr. Weeks is talking about, how do we go forward to ensure that we are running the right sets on the right tracks and actually responding to needs. So you might have a service that's going out that doesn't need all of those seats to another area, and then how do you know?
So I suppose the question is, with the Sydney to Canberra route, with there's not going to be enough. So if the service is already booked out now, so I assume the government, it wouldn't be hard for the government to commit to or recognise that maybe an additional carriage is now Sydney to Canberra, maybe, and what about additional services?
Yeah, all of that. Like we've already got, I think, the recent announcement that we're looking at additional services, and then
for that particular, I mean,
yeah, for that particular line, yes, and also different pickup points. So I think Queanbeyan, can you give me? I can't remember.
What's the time frame for that? What's the time frame? Yeah.
So, as part of that $100 million tripartite commitment, there are two key objectives, as the minister's outlined. The first is to improve or to reduce the timetable running time, and the second is to increase the number of services, including the introduction of some express services. Now, it's very early days in the planning of that. The first priority of the Sydney to Canberra Rail Services Improvement Program is to look at how we reduce the travel time.
Okay, all right, got that.
And then the second is to look at the increased services, and the introduction of the new fleet gives us that flexibility to look at the service planning.
Okay, so the time frame for that, then, when you said it's early stages, any idea in terms of when, because I mean, I'm not sure what the planning is, like increased frequency, obviously there's a bit of planning, but this has been around for some time. Increased frequency and throw an extra carriage on, like, is there much more to it?
Thank you for the question. It does sound simple. In reality, at the moment, we have fleet constraints. So we have a finite number of fleet which are fully committed each day. And as a consequence, as the minister's outlined, part 2 or phase 2 of the Sydney to Canberra Rail Service Improvement Plan is to look at increasing the number of services, and that will be able to be achieved as we introduce the new fleet and, as the minister said, as we've committed to extending the life of the XPT. So it gives us more flexibility into the future.
So can I just check with that? Thank you, Mr Weeks. That was very thorough. So the new regional fleet, does that sounds like that they're already, in terms of what was ordered, have been committed, and to do something like putting additional carriages on or additional train services, they're all committed. So they're another order of more trains to increase those services, or is that part of the order that's still coming in?
So the order is what the order is. Obviously, we undid the PPP. We're getting them out much quicker now. I think we've got, is it 19 in country or 18 in country? Turns up today.
I think it's 17.
Oh yeah, we had one come this week. Sorry,
16 in country.
Yeah, so they're more on the way. In terms of, like, we'll have to look at something with the regional sleepers as well, because they were not ordered with sleepers, so that's a real challenge. The first train's roughly 90% through that 18 to 24-month dynamic testing program, which has to test them on both the electric and the diesel fleet. So there's quite a challenge in doing that. So we're just having to go through that process of doing that, and yeah, of course, we've got the XPTs, which we also did some upgrades, and then the Endeavours. So there'll be opportunities to use existing fleet, and some that has been around for not as long as the XPTs, to uplift that as well. So there's a piece of work here that is more complicated than it looks like it should be. The other thing, even on the corridor upgrades, is that's dealing with the CRN and ARTC and Sydney Trains to get that line done, because there's 3 rail infrastructure managers. So that's another challenge we've got, which is going quite well, but this is work that was just never done before, so it's actually good to have everyone leaning in on it. And once you get the rail infrastructure right, then you've got to look at the timetabling and how do you get those extra services on. Then you've got to get the free.
So just thank you. So in terms of the Explorer trains, the new regional fleet, how many were ordered all up? How many more are we waiting on?
There was 29 all up that were ordered, and we think it's 16 in country.
There's, yes, you're correct. There's 16 in country, and there's 2 that are en route.
And the time frame we think for that 29th one to land?
Look, I'm not sure on the exact numbers of that, but I guess before we did the resolution of the public-private partnership on that, so that was back in December 25, it used to take
what took 2 years to get 8 trains. In the last 6 months, we've got 8 trains in. So it's much more escalated than it had been.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter about getting them out here. We also have to get that dynamic testing
Yes, I'm
done.
just trying to get the numbers. So the XPT, when the XPT trains, were they going to be all retired at some point, or was there always a plan to refurbish and kind of keep them in use?
I can't speak to what the former government's plan was, but we were really needing to refurbish them so that they could get through service to the new fleet, and then obviously with the sleeper trains we need to look at that as well. And so that's why we made the decision to commit that money to refurbish them. Roger might be able to give you more time frame on how long that they're expected to last after that.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So the life extension of the XPT, as the Minister indicated, we're in our final year. We have 12 cars, including the final 6 power cars that need to be done. In fact, 5 now, because 1 is nearing completion. So the program of work with the money that the government committed to extend the life of the XPT is paying dividends and is on schedule. The benefit of life extending the XPT is not just about providing...
That's okay, I don't need to know all the benefits. I mean, with respect, thank you for the
thank you.
detail and data, though. With the... and the life is... their life is being extended by how much, the XPTs?
Yes, thank you. So the engineering assessment is underway, and that's, as the Minister indicated, in conjunction with the Regional Overnight Sleeper Service project or business case that is being developed to present to government as part of the government's election commitment. And what we're seeing and expecting at the moment, although it's not finalised, it's potentially 10 to 15 years, but we need to get that engineering assessment finalised before we could commit to that.
Thanks, Mr Weeks. Minister, are you working on developing a case for more regional trains beyond the order that's still being filled?
Well, as Mr Weeks was saying, obviously we've got the life extension on the XPTs, yes. Then there's the Explorers and...
That's what I've been asking about, yeah.
So
now
I'm
asking about
other
additional.
Trains could also provide some extra capacity at different parts of the network. The challenge we've got is that they have to be able to run on a diesel network. So we're looking at where that all is. There is a body of work looking at where to next, as Mr Weeks said about the business case. So yes, we are.
Mr Weeks, when I was asking about the Sydney to Canberra, the fact that there's there's 3 carriages, and you said most of, I think maybe what's in service or planned is already being utilised in other. Does that include kind of planning out to the delivery of these additional trains and the XPTs? Is that kind of planning over that time, or are you expecting to be able to increase, say in a year or 2 there'll be more carriages and more trains?
Thanks, Ms Fairman. The current consist of Explorer carriages, power cars and XPT carriages and power cars is fixed. And so what we have is a program that ensures that we can run the daily timetable and also have both power cars and carriages going through their scheduled maintenance at the facilities either at Sydenham or Everleigh. So that is just a standard process. We know the number of trains and the number of carriages we need each day, and the Sydney Trains Rolling Stock Division, which looks after our trains for us, provide us with that number of trains each day. But also that enables them to undertake that routine maintenance that they need to do, as you would expect, to keep our trains in the correct order. So we don't have any additional trains in our current fleet. We don't have any additional trains in the new regional fleet. The benefit of introducing the new regional fleet without necessarily retiring the current fleet and looking at the life extension programs that the Minister's outlined means that gives us greater flexibility to factor in the growth opportunities, for example, the Sydney to Canberra. So that service planning is in very early days, but it is part of what we need to do as we work with Ms Mayor's area in terms of the service planning on what the future offering will look like on Sydney to Canberra to meet the government's commitments. And that is early work, but that will be options that we will then present back to the government.
Thank you. That's kind of what I was looking for. Are there capacity increases in capacity targets in regional rail then? You could use some of those additional trains and carriages for maintenance, flexibility, this and that, or has the department modelled, for example, within 3 years there's going to be a 20% increase in the number of services that are able to be run in regional New South Wales trains?
Yes, thank you, Ms Fairman. That is a good question, and I think that does go to the point the Minister was making, that when the trains were ordered, obviously growth had not been factored in. Because it was an order of like for like, and that is why the government has asked us to look at all of the options around how we life extend our current fleet to provide additional capacity and growth opportunities, not just on the Sydney to Canberra line, but there may be other areas that the government would like us to explore at the appropriate time. And
so are there, just after whether there is any modelling, or is there a target, a capacity target increase that's being working, that people are working towards?
Look, with any of the transport modelling, it would have to be on looking at what is the optimum. I mean, it's a bit like, you don't want to have 100% capacity on every service, because it means that's
hell of a lot. I don't think we're going to get that 100% capacity on any service in regional New South Wales for some time.
You do on the Melbourne sleeper service right now. So there's a couple of services that are really overdone in terms of what people's booking is. So we would be looking at that on a needs-based modelling. Yeah.
So in terms of the, part of the issue, isn't it, with regional rail, is that if you've only got one service a day or whatever, it's sometimes some of the regional rail networks would benefit from being slightly more frequent, and people would use them more. I was contacted by a constituent in relation to, in fact, there's a petition that at last count had 2,370 signatures. Northern Rivers resident Larissa McCollin, who basically, if you wanted to get the train to Brisbane, you've got to be at the station at 2:46 a.m. In Kyogle, that's it. So the petition is asking for a daytime service for that part of northern New South Wales. Obviously, it's not just Kyogle; it's all of them. So there's, I'm contacted, as you would be, Minister, much more than myself, but from regional communities desperate for improved rail services. I think that's a big one, isn't it, in terms of that additional capacity?
Yeah, look, this is the whole challenge, because we came to government and we wanted to actually hear from regional communities to get that understanding. So the strategic regional integrated transport plans have been around getting that, really what are the transport patterns of people? How do they get to education, to school, hospitals, medical points, work, whatever? How do they get to see family and friends? So those plans are live at the moment. The North Coast SRITP has been one that's been doing a consultation on. I think we've got a draft on that one.
You do.
Pretty close coming in.
It's published.
Yeah. So, and then that would be out with public to hear what their thoughts are. Did we hear them correctly? And then we go forward. That then goes into the planning areas of the department for rail, for bus. Remembering too that Roger has a responsibility also for Trainlink coach services, and we've actually increased services in the North Coast area, and like the new service we've got going from Armidale down to Port Macquarie. There's also one that was up at Byron Bay a few weeks ago to try and do it. And I think the other thing to say on that, so when we did the launch at Byron Bay, it was Byron, I think, and we actually had a wheelchair user who got on the bus. Now, that hadn't been something he'd been able to do before. People don't realise that those services have got Wi-Fi now. They've got electric charging on all the seats. So what we're saying is
we understand there's constraints on the rail network. You know, there wasn't the planning put in place to say we're going to need a new fleet, we've got to put extra capacity on it. So that's what we're stuck with. What we're saying is, how do we fix that in the short term and in the, you know, more flexible? Bus is a great opportunity that will coach in this space. And then also as the new fleet comes through and as we look at travel patterns, then we can start making that case of how those communities are better serviced. And I understand. I lived at Walker, you know, there was train services.
I think one of the things that this is what I was trying to, thank you, Minister, for that, was trying to understand is how much additional capacity on the rail network does the new 29 new trains and then the existing XPT refurbished provide us from really current capacity, and I'm not hearing that it's that much more.
Well,
or if it is, it's unclear
if it's
whether there's going to be additional services in a particular area or not.
Yeah, if it's a like-for-like replacement, if you said, okay, this is XPT's gone to bed, that's it, done, and the new regional rail fleet, it's less, right? Like that's the challenge. Also, even if you don't say that, we're going to use some XPTs, they'll be providing, if the business case all goes through and works properly, then the plan would be they would do the regional sleepers, and then there may be some extra capacity in there. We are trying to work within the envelope, given that, you know, the commitment to make the new regional fleet was back in, I think, 2015. Nothing got delivered in 8 years. It takes time to do it. Obviously, that's under a model where you offshore it and you privatise the process. We've just announced the $12 billion train manufacturing announcement for decades to come, not just the Tangaras, but the Oscars, the Millennium, etc. They are all electric. So, again, it just depends on how this all can work. We are at early stages. We want to make sure that we're not giving signals to the community that we're going to give them something we can't give them. So that's, to me, I want people to be able to get services now. That's why we've put in the extra train link services, why we've put in the strategic plans to actually hear what community wants in those transport services. It's not always going to be a train that is their answer. Okay. And we're trying to make the alternatives as attractive and as useful as possible with the better services on the coaches.
I'll go to questions from the opposition now.
XPT is such a boring name. We should call it Gordon. Or something more interesting, personable. The Oscar should be James or something more interesting. Anyway, thank you, Minister. Welcome back.
That's actually a good thing, because you know what they're doing today down at South Thelma? They've got Thomas.
I might get to my questions. If you don't mind, I'm very happy to chat about, and I would love to chat about Thomas, but I'd love to talk about that maybe in government time. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, Minister, we spoke this morning earlier about the expert working group. And your interactions and advice with a whole range of stakeholders, and that's great, thank you. What I'm going to turn to now is your advice with your department as Minister. Did your department, Transport for New South Wales, provide a briefing to you as Minister indicating whether or not it supported legislation on the 3 strikes scheme?
Look, I don't remember that coming up in that way. So,
okay.
But you may know something that I don't know. I can't remember that coming through as a briefing. So no, okay. I can't remember that coming through.
Could you check and perhaps take that on notice? I don't know the answer either, but and I guess that it follows then that you don't know if there was a ministerial brief to you advising some concerns, or a ministerial brief saying go ahead. Take the fast train on this one and we're good to go, or is that something you'd like to take on notice?
Ms Ward, I just want to reiterate here, there was very many conversations and briefings and discussions and consultation on this, and it's 2 years, nearly 2 years that I'm aware of talking about this topic. So, like, I want to make sure that you understand it's been very well considered and thought out, and every single individual input of information had some element in the final legislation that went to Parliament, but it didn't tell the full story, and I think it actually minimises the value of that consultation. If this was easy, your government would have done it, right?
Yep,
it's not been easy. It's balancing road safety with...
I don't envy your task. I think it's very difficult. Mr Murray, I might just turn to you then. Did you provide advice to the Minister with a recommendation or advice to support the 3 strike scheme?
Thank you, Ms Ward. Transport was fully involved in the expert working group.
Yes, I'm not
and-
asking about that. I made that clear.
And that was where the bulk of the work originated from, and then Emmett went from the expert working group into policy development, which again involved those same agencies working together to put together a combined position. I think your question now and some of the earlier questions this morning relate to that. And of course, elements were put forward and tested, and enforcement techniques, the like. That was worked through as a policy outcome for whole of government, which was then considered, as has been discussed by the Minister and is now currently going through the Parliament. So rather than talking about one single brief or recommendation, I'd stipulate that Transport's been involved in this all the way through with our colleagues in police, health, justice and other parts of government.
Thank you. In the tradition of Brown and Dunn, I should put something to you if I'm going to draw an inference. Can I just clarify then that your evidence is, in the absence of saying there is a brief, that I can draw the inference that there is not one brief that says, yes, we support this, or in the alternative, there's not a brief that says, no, we don't support this, as Transport for New South Wales to its Minister?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not recounting exactly what briefs would have gone to the Minister off the top of my head. I'm happy to take that element on notice. What I'm saying is this was a multi-year process that was worked through.
I understand it. You've said that, the Minister said that. That's very, very clear. Acknowledge all of that, but I am interested, and my question is, was there a brief? And I take it that potentially there was not one that said, yes, go ahead with this, and there wasn't one, unless you produce it.
No, I'm not saying that. There would have been
with a
multiple
final
briefs
recommendation.
informing the Minister on the progress of the expert working group. There were 3,000 documents tabled under the SO52, which were available for your review, which showed the amount of
I've been up to my ears in boxes.
consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Electronic returns would be helpful for everybody, particularly the clerk in the room upstairs, but we'll go there another time.
We just follow the rules.
Thank you. So can I ask what academic evidence or research did the government conduct to identify the 3.5 nanograms per millilitre permissible limit of THC in someone's blood and the 50 nanograms per millilitre in oral fluid?
Look, I think this has been canvassed quite a lot in this hearing and in the media. There has been a large variety of medical information, of other information. This was not a single factor decision. It took inputs from a wide variety of stakeholders, and so that's what informed it. And
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So of those wide variety of stakeholders and the wide variety of advice, which of those stakeholders or that advice identified the 3.5 for blood and the 50 nanograms for oral fluid?
Look, this is a novel policy solution that's being developed over extensive consultation, and I'm not going to cherry pick one or other piece of information or anything like that. Some of that you're very well aware was subject to cabinet confidence. So I'm just going to say, like, we took a whole range of information about what was happening in different jurisdictions.
Understand.
You look look down
that's on
to
the record.
Other states where they didn't even have any look at impairment.
Sure.
So
I just want to be clear, though, that
Or
among
detection
all of that
levels.
evidence, that there doesn't seem to be one that, and I invite you to identify one or multiple pieces of evidence or research that the government relied on in order to recommend these limits.
We were very clear that we didn't want anything to change at the roadside for people, and we wanted to ensure that if you were detected at the roadside today or you were detected after the legislation passes, that the same 24-hour ban would be in place, which is, I acknowledge, for people who are in that situation and have a medical appointment potentially to get to, a fairly significant deterrence to be doing this. But what changes here is, instead of being criminalised and going through an automatic 3-month suspension of your licence and over $700 fine, there would be a warning system put in place for the first 2 occasions within a 2-year period.
Yeah, so on that then, so you and the government have repeatedly stated that eligible patients should not be penalised, as you said, solely because THC is present, provided they're not impaired. What evidence are you relying on to assert that someone under your thresholds is not impaired?
Police will still have the power to, if someone's in their car and they are detected at the limit and they are showing signs of impairment, the reality is the police can take the same action under other parts of the Act that they've always been able to take to charge that person with an impairment offence.
And so what evidence are you relying on to assert that someone under those thresholds, you've set the threshold to say that's what we'll tolerate, beneath that threshold we say they're not impaired?
No, I never
said
said that.
That's what your government said repeatedly.
No.
What's the point of a threshold?
It, as we've said repeatedly, that the detection threshold remains the same as it was previous to this. Now, the alternative under what your inference would be is that you are changing the, going to change the detection threshold and you're going to try and do an impairment level
No,
test.
I'm not saying that. To be fair to you, what I'm saying is this. You've set a threshold. We don't disagree on that, do we? You have set a threshold for this legislation.
We've continued
That's
the
obvious.
same threshold as before.
Yeah, so I'm not saying you're changing it. We're quite agreeing here. There's nothing to be combative about. What I'm asking is what sits under that. At that threshold, your legislation says that you are impaired and therefore you're not. You get a strike and a warning, or ultimately might be taken off the road. Beneath that, we will not give you a strike or a warning, so therefore we determine that the level of impairment, the level we will not tolerate, is that 50. What evidence did you rely on to assert that that was the level?
I just have to correct you here because it's actually technically incorrect. We are not talking about impairment, we are talking about a detection. They are two entirely different things.
Okay, so
and
help
it
me out. What is the impairment
that
test?
You don't understand the difference.
Well, help me out then. What is the impairment test, Minister?
You and your party many.
No, I'm asking you in budget estimates, Minister, about your legislation.
You're right to do that, but
So
I'll be very
answer it.
clear. We have not changed anything in relation to impairment. We have not changed a thing.
But I'm asking you, don't you think the public deserve to know that your scheme is backed by science and that to allow people to operate a vehicle on the road, you're saying it's sufficient to do so in these circumstances? What was the evidence base that supported your decision that those are the circumstances in which they may drive?
It's the same test that's been applied for over 20 years, and also it's the same dignity and respect that we give to patients who take an opioid drug, a benzodiazepine or any other psychotropic drug that may impact their driving, that they have to make that decision around impairment. If they make it wrong, then they're found to be impaired, they will face the full force of the law. What we are saying is, if there's an anomaly where a drug which was made legal over 10 years ago for patients in certain circumstances to use should not be just automatically charged for a presence offence on their first or second detection.
Thank you. Minister, did the government or Transport for New South Wales ever conduct any modelling estimating the difference in crash risk between drivers who record different levels of THC in their systems?
We have been working for this for 2 years based on that nothing changes on the roadside. So if you are detected, you will be taken off the road with that presence, just as you are today.
So there was no modelling conducted to estimate the difference in crash risk between drivers who record different levels of THC in their systems?
I would have to ask the department about that. Josh might know.
No?
I think that relates to some of the issues about there is no mapped impairment data because the drug affects people in different ways.
Correct.
And the products that we're talking about in medical cannabis are different styles of product. So we've had to look at the way to keep the system the way on the side of the road, keep the impairment factors for police exactly the same, and then explore over the course of this legislation how we can get greater clarity through what we see coming through. At present, anyone that was pulled over and tested positive we were not able to know was that a medical presence issue or was it something else? So
Right.
this will
We might
help
take
us
that up this
fill the
afternoon, I
gaps in the
appreciate
data.
And
Minister, if that hasn't been done, then I'd ask why it hasn't been done, given that this is a transformative and big change on our roads, trying to understand,
But
if not, why not, that modelling hadn't been done to impact road crash safety.
The roadside detection level remains the same. Nothing is changing there. What this does is provide some leniency in the criminal justice system for someone who is on a script. As we sit here today, we do not have any evidence at all about
Clearly.
how many people have... Sorry, do you think it's a joke?
No, I have said, I agree with you. Clearly, you don't have any evidence.
No.
It's very clear you have
So
no
you're gonna
evidence
just
to
cut me
back
off
this
and you're not gonna-
legislation.
Well, if you
There
don't
is no
listen,
evidence. I've asked you
being the same thing
repeatedly
we've
and
been the whole
invited you,
time
Minister,
here,
to
just
provide the
talking
people
about
of New
all
South
the
Wales.
time.
Order, not useful, Hansard hated.
My invitation to you is to provide some evidence to the people of New South Wales who are gravely concerned and have asked me to ask you, on their behalf, drivers on our roads, families of trauma crash victims who don't have family members here because of drug driving, to ask you what evidence base this was based on. And the answers I've got seem to infer, and I've invited you to clarify, that the answer is no. If there is something out there, I invite you to put it on notice.
There has been extensive research done through all of the inputs since the drug reform, the drug summit. Many pieces of data have been collected and analysed and collated.
Great. Will you table it?
Well, we've already been down this path. A lot of it is cabinet in confidence.
Why is it cabinet in confidence?
Well, you'd have to. I don't know. It's just cabinet in confidence. It is.
What's
It was
cabinet in
considered by
confidence
cabinet
about crash data.
It was.
What's cabinet in confidence
It was
about road
considered by
trauma
cabinet,
data?
and that's why roadside detection
lift that
provides
in
for a
time.
24-hour ban. Nothing changes.
Minister, can you
And that has
guarantee?
been- And in addition to that, there are additional safeguards around any other drug that's detected, any alcohol, and an education program, which we don't have in place today, which is actually a benefit for those people, and also that they have to have a normal licence.
Minister, I just have a couple of minutes left, and I appreciate all of the other things around it. But what I want to ask you is this: my question to you, as Minister for Roads, is this: can you guarantee that this policy will not increase crash, injury or fatality risks on New South Wales roads?
There is nothing in this policy to change that, because we still tell people, in fact we actually tell people who have been prescribed a drug, who we're hearing are told by their doctors they're right to drive. That's what I've heard. No, you're not. You have to register your script. You have to go through an education module. You have to ensure you don't ingest any other drugs or alcohol while you drive, and you must be on an unrestricted licence. So there are many moving parts in this, and you would know as a former Minister for Roads that you cannot ascribe any single particular crash factor to the cause of that, because it is a contributing factor, and so that is one part of it. The other part, in terms of the road toll, the number of deaths on our roads, I take that and I put that on the record. Incredibly serious,
Thank you.
and
We'll
we
come
are
back to the road
working
toll,
a
but I might
number
move
of
on 'cause I have
ways.
4 minutes
We are
left.
working
Thank
a
you,
number of
Minister.
ways to try and address that.
Thank you, and I invite you to put that on
But
notice.
I think it's
You can put
actually
that to the
it's very
committee on
pejorative
notice.
to
I'd like to move
people
on,
who
if
have
I
been
may.
prescribed
Order.
medicinal
Thank you.
cannabis to ascribe the road toll to them.
Thank you. I'd like to move on in the limited time I have, Minister. So if that is the case, I invite you to table that evidence. If that is the case, I invite you to give that guarantee that this policy will not increase crash, injury or fatality risks on New South Wales as we sit here today, as you as the Minister for Roads. But I'll move on. The M6, can I ask about that project? Your budget paper records $2.78 billion spent to 30 June and a further $505.7 million to 2029-30. Can I ask you, your department's website though says today that this spend on this project is $3.1 billion for the M6 Stage 1, and you told this committee in March that the budget was $3.1 billion. So is $3.1 billion still the project's estimated cost?
Do you want to talk to that? Yeah. Camilla will speak to that for you. Yeah.
So I can confirm we've spent today on the M6 Stage 1 $2.78 billion. The original budget for the project was $3.1 billion. project budget not spent to date. We have had a very modest increase of that to cover additional property acquisition and the settlement of insurance claims that arose out of the two subsidence events. So the current budget for the project is 3.29, but we have not amended the contract value to the primary contractor for the project, CGU. Their contract value remains at 2.55 billion.
Okay. Thank you. So, Minister, why does your department's website say, as at today, that the cost is $3.1 billion for the M6 Stage 1, and you told this committee that was the cost?
Well, I think that Ms Drover's actually just articulated that very clearly, that the principal contractor, that's the 3.1, and that hasn't changed. I mean, we've secured an agreement with the contractors to get that project moving along.
Thank you.
We worked a long way to get that.
I appreciate that.
I'm happy to clarify, the last time the Minister did come to budget estimates, the project budget was still 3.1.
Okay, so 3.1 then, but the website says today 3.1. We've just heard that it's not 3.1, it's 3.29 for the reasons articulated. So we just want to be clear on that, because the budget paper doesn't show an estimated total cost and it doesn't show a completion date for the M6, and its own footnote says that those are shown for projects with a main works contract in place. So assuming this has a main works contract in place that has been renewed or extended to both party satisfaction, so it's in place. The Western Harbour Tunnel project, for example, in the same table shows $7.4 billion as the total cost and 2029 as the completion date. So can you confirm to this committee today what's the total cost and what's the completion date on the M6? Why in your budget papers does it show neither?
So we were in, obviously, discussions with the contractors right through the first part of this year. So I don't remember off the top of my head where they were up to when the inputs were going to the budget papers. There may be other members here, like Ms Drover, that might be able to tell you exactly where that's up to. But literally, we were in negotiations for a lot of that period.
Sure.
And again, I'll get you to get Camilla to give you the timings and the expert data.
Is there a date?
Actually, at the time of the when the budget papers were issued, which is what, May this year, the project budget did remain at 3.1. It's more recent times that the property acquisition and the settlement of insurance claims has arisen, which was why there was that modest increase.
Thank you.
In
I'm
budget.
conscious I have 19 seconds. I don't mean to be rude, and I'd appreciate your answers this afternoon. But Minister, do you have a completion date?
Look, at this stage we don't. We've agreed with the contractors they'll optimise the delivery as much as they can. They're on site and we're working with them to do that. But
so do you know what date it might potentially be open to traffic? Is there a plan for when that could be open to traffic?
At this stage they're 90% complete on the tunnelling. We want to make sure that it's done right. I don't want to provide an issue here by giving you a date that is just really essentially for your interest, when actually it should be done in consultation with the contractors, etc.
Well, but your own budget papers show completion dates for other projects, which I fairly put to you. The public, for this amount of spend of their money, should be able to expect some indication of a completion date, or at least a quarter. I think last budget estimates you told us it was 90% complete. Are you saying it is still only 90% complete as at today?
It might be a little bit more than that because they have been doing some work, but I think you really,
can I
to get
invite
a
you
more
to take that on
accurate
notice?
detail, you'll need to get that from the department. I know you won't want to do it now, so that's okay.
All right, well, I just invite you to take that on notice as a clear question about your expectation as Minister for a completion date and your expectation on spend.
Great.
You agree that you will?
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you.
Okay. Minister, I just want to, just going to go back to just trying to get clarity around the 50 nanograms per millilitre reading on the side of the road. So at this point, what the government is saying is that somebody gets pulled up at a roadside drug test. That test, which is apparently the same as today's, is 50 nanograms per millilitre, and they get not charged, but they can't drive their car for 24 hours. That test is sent to a lab to confirm if it's 50 or over.
My understanding is there's a second test that's undertaken.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A second.
Patch,
sorry,
yeah.
a second.
Sorry. Yeah.
A second test, and then that comes back at 50. I mean, if it's 50, they're charged or given, not charged, sorry, wrong language, given a warning.
Yeah, so I might...
Why is it the same? Does that seem strange?
Not necessarily. I don't know what you find strange about it. I just, like, what's the issue that you've got here, sorry?
Because they're... Basically, the person, the driver, is already over at 50, and then it goes to a lab, and if it's 50, it doesn't sound like there's any wriggle room anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Look, I think that this is just part of the testing protocols in terms of, like, if somebody is tested with one test, it's very common to do a number of, like, one or two, like to do two or more, sorry, I should say.
I just want to put to you potentially that when the Premier said, and it's been repeated by you, that the Premier said, this is in the LA, 4th of June, a lower than 50 nanograms per millilitre reading on the side of the road permits a police officer to tell a driver to continue driving. And that's the regime that was in place under the Liberal Party and remains the regime in place today under the Labor Party. I just don't think that was... I don't think he understood the legislation. And I think this has become the standard line that the government is wielding out about this, but it's actually not the case. And the reason I'm saying this is because the medicinal cannabis patients they're really clued up on this. They understand, nanograms per millilitre a lot, understand what is tested at the roadside. Lots of chatter online in groups about the fact that it's under 50 now that is being tested, and maybe it would help to clarify things if the government informed themselves about exactly what happens on the road now, what the tests are, and if the Premier said the wrong thing in terms of a technicality, maybe he just needs to admit that, and it would be helpful, because right now it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so the testing at the roadside remains the same, 50 nanograms, and then there is a second test that is undertaken and that goes to the lab, and for a registered patient, if they hit the 50 grams on the lab, then they, then they will go through into the warning system, or if it's their third time.
Well, so what's been created is almost a regime. I mean, it's extraordinary because we've got the opposition here concerned about something that's allowing people to drive with lots of THC in their system and drive around stoned and stuff. I think it's almost the opposite in that, yes, there's warnings, but essentially it's like it's going to capture... If you're saying it's exactly what it's like now and then it goes to the lab and it's confirmed, we're talking traces, that's the problem, right? So firstly, A. And then secondly, if they're then supposed to go to their GP and adjust their dose... It's almost like you're trying to wean patients off medicinal cannabis in a very convoluted way. So I think I'm not trying to wreck the system. I just think the government needs to come out and say at the current, and I challenge and I really ask that you consider doing this. The current system is not 50 nanograms per millilitre on the road. It's not. The current tests are 15. To continue prosecuting it is actually destroying support from people who want this in place. So I just put it to you, Minister, to have a look at that.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you on that. Like, my understanding is, and that's what we have been told by the experts, and police were in those conversations with us, that the 50 nanogram at the roadside is the threshold. I think there may be some confusion about what happens with lab tests and how they are determined later on, and that may be where the change is. I'm not sure. But
that's not right.
Okay, well.
Yeah, no, it's just because of current tests. Let's start, that's where you're starting. You keep starting at nothing's changed. The current test, 15, I'm telling you, right? Okay. So, or less, some are 5, but they're certainly not 50. And, I mean, that's okay if that's the situation that the government has created, that everybody, with it, and that's what I thought was the case. But and it sounds like it still will be the case that people with traces of THC in their system are caught, and then there's a slightly higher level that the laboratory tests for, because otherwise, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know that. I think potentially the lab test generally would go potentially the lower level because of the degradation of the
do you know how long they take the tests between roadside and? Is there an average of? Is it like
from getting the sample to the lab?
Yes.
I don't know. They are kept in an environment. I mean, these are all things that we've been working through for some time. So there's been a lot of conversations on them, and I'm very happy to get some more briefing on that. But the reality is, we are setting in law the 50 nanograms. That will be there.
That
right,
is
for
in
this,
law, yes.
And that is what part this is about. People who have lived experience or saying they've got lived experience or understand that will be. Then obviously it'll be different.
All I'm putting to you is perhaps some of the early statements, the statements early on about the roadside tests may have been not 100% correct. And you might just want to revisit that with the hopefully the police can let you know what they're testing right now, not what they're going to test in the future, what they're testing now, because that's what you're saying.
I think there was a bit of confusion too, can I say, with, when I remember being asked by journalists why it wasn't the same level for THC as it was for cannabis, because there was a lot of, THC as in coke and then cocaine or methamphetamine. Like, there was such a low understanding, I think, from some of the even journalists, to be frank, where they were asking these questions. So it was difficult because we're trying to explain that their different substances have different.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm one of those journalists.
No,
but little understanding.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're going on what people have said, there's trying to explain a lot of different things to different people with different understandings.
Okay, Minister, I wanted to turn now. Let's go back to some of the regional transport issues. The North Coast Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plan. I understand that in that plan, any kind of upgrade or new bus routes for the North Coast is going to take more than 5 years to even begin to deliver, and even potentially a 5-year commitment takes us out to 2031. Why is that the case in terms of that time frame for new bus routes on the North Coast, which frankly I've heard that hardly anybody in the area is really using public transport because it's so infrequent and so unreliable?
Yeah, look, with that one, I think we've already, I was up in Tweed just recently doing an announcement around new bus services there. We spoke to the new train link services. We have engagement with North Coast MPs and community generally about that. I think, the final of that plan is still to be released, so there may be more feedback that's coming through that process that we'll look at. We've also had changes to school bus services back in April in Coffs Harbour.
What was the Tweed bus services?
So that was changes around better access to the Tweed Valley Hospital, including improving cross-border connectivity at the Tweed Mall and providing bus service for the new housing developments in Kings Forest. So there were quite a number of routes that were improved there. I think we made that announcement just before, 29th of June. So, so there's been some improvements and increases there, and we're constantly working with the local members up there, about what we can do better.
And the train link improvements you were just mentioning, what were they?
So now a bit further south is the Albury. That's very south. Armidale to Port Macquarie, but there was also the new service from Byron Bay, and Roger might be able to give you the detail on that, on the other changes. But some of them are around new services we hadn't had before, others were around additional, and across the whole state, and then some were better frequency.
Okay, in fact, we'll go to the detail later. This afternoon.
Yeah.
Now, I also have a question about so with the freight reform plan, what is the goal or target in terms of putting freight on rail, in terms of regional rail?
So there's a big piece of work. Minister Graham is predominantly running the freight reform piece. Obviously, we want to make sure that the network is more operational and more fit for purpose than it was under previous iterations. We have been working on looking particularly at east-west connectivity on rail because that's been a part that was not dealt with, I guess, under the Fixing Country Rail program because it was difficult to find the projects and to do that strategic work to work out how were we going to get more freight on rail, because going to like 25 TAL in everywhere is really expensive, and then do you need that level of TAL? Can you do it at 23 and you could actually get more of it done? Are you leaving pockets of the network unable to be used for freight?
So if this is, it's Minister Graham, is it in terms of regional freight corridors or freight in the regions, that's all the...
the overarching...
Mainly
part,
with Minister Graham?
I mean, we try to facilitate, we try to, make it easier and look at where we can make investments to help, but he's got the main leadership of that part of it.
Okay. I just had a question and just lost it. Where did it go? I have been informed about the Albury CBD bike loop project. Can I ask somebody here about that, or is that a John? That's active transport. Maybe
it is predominantly, but
Trudy
can help you.
I might take it all. Have you got specific questions? I don't have that in front of me, but I can certainly find out.
Maybe we could be prepared for that with Minister Graham. I can float a few things here with the. No, I did have another one. Don't worry about that. Waterfall Way closure.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that in terms of Waterfall Way? What has the government? What are you doing now in terms of climate resilience? Obviously, I think we'll have a hopefully not a summer of huge, intense, heavy rain, but we could.
Yeah. There was obviously the Gordon Vale cutting landed up in January, and that brought down about 250 tonnes of rock and debris and left that slope unstable. So what we did was put in a temporary solution to stabilise the rock wall while we
fix the road, and that's been a real challenge, but it's, technical, like engineering challenge. In the interim, we put some strengthening around the alternate route, so that's been with Summersville's and I can't remember the other name.
How much is that all? How much is that?
I think the
cost at this point.
The alternate routes, I think it was $30 million. We worked with Michael Kemp, the member for Oxley, Steve Allen, the Mayor of Bellingen, to try and make sure that while we do the permanent work we need to do, we've actually got the other detours. So it was a really, I think, positive story around working with council and with the local member and community to say, okay, well, we know this is a really challenging closure. What we will do is get it stabilised as much as possible, do the Summersville Road alternate route. There's a $30 million state investment on that and the 3.8, I think, from the federal government on that. And then once we get that, the urgent works done on Waterfall Way that allows one lane to be open, we're going to continue that, like that will be open as it is, and then we're working on that detour route so we can kind of switch between the two. So just to assist the community really in keeping the access open.
And do you have a forecast for what it's going to take to repair it, to a strong kind of resilient standard?
Yeah, look, why don't I give you to Mr. Fuller? Like, we've been working on it for a long time. He knows it, breathes it, lives it. So, yeah.
Yeah, as the Minister said, there's been some obviously recent announcements around the current situation at Gordonville. Gordonville is underway and we're expecting to complete that by Easter. The Minister's just outlined the commitment to Bellingen Council to support them in strengthening the detour route. It was a local road. I was up there with the council last week inspecting their progress. It was a local road that had sections that were unsealed. They are now all sealed. They are looking to raise 2 bridges and also change the curve alignments there. But in addition to that, we have a substantial array of dedicated resilience projects underway on Waterfall Way. We have one right now at a location called Burdett Park, which is between the highway and Bellingen. There are 3 projects there in the next year that will take place that are about elevating flood mitigation. So we're raising Waterfall Way there. We then move from Burdett Park, when we finish in the next couple of months, back to a location called Cameron's Corner. And then beyond that, we move up to Mill Road, which, if you know that part of the world, is in and around where the butter factory is. So we're doing a lot of flood mitigation work on the lead into Bellingen. And then in the next couple of months, we also start 2 quite extensive resilience projects at the top of the mountain, one at Crystal Falls and another one at a location called Woodchip Corner. Both of those are in procurement at the moment. There's a $20 million commitment to those 2 projects, and we're expecting to have those completed by the end of June 2027. So we've got an extensive array of projects. We've also got work, which is recovery work, on a site known as Myers Bluff, further on the road towards Thora from Gordonville at the moment. So a lot of work on Waterfall Way, both in terms of those immediate recovery works. One of the good things about the Gordonville failure...
I think that... Excellent, thank you. We can keep going.
No worries. There's a hive of activity.
Yes. Yeah. Minister, the Hunter Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plan didn't seem to include any kind of plan to reopen the South Maitland line to passenger services. Is that right?
No, not really. I mean, what we have said in the plan is that we will look at all of the rail resilience around there. So I can't remember the exact wording of it now, but I know we did get that feedback from the community at the time, and I think when we went to the final one, we did include it in there, so it was available. I think, and I just want to be really clear on this. So if you're looking at the South Maitland Road line, which was a private line owned by private operators that goes through to Cessnock, I think the proposal to do that is something like 12 stations between Maitland and Cessnock. So it's a lot of stops and would probably add significantly to a trip.
then you'd have to look at what do you do when you get to Maitland Station. You've still got to catch a bus to get to the major shopping centre, probably a bus to get to the hospital, which is probably where most of the people from Cessnock are going to go to. So it actually has to be looked at in the context of a whole transport plan. We've just put in a whole raft of new bus services to connect Cessnock in that lower part, which is where the rail corridor is talked about, but also in the massive growth area around Branxton to Anambata Branxton, and then having, for the first time, 7-day-a-week services in there. So we're looking at how we can do that, public transport task in a way which is more targeted, and we'll obviously have more to say, as we go through the plan and implementation.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I'll get through as many as I possibly can in the time that I have allocated to me. In the Oberon region, you're aware of the proposed transportation routes for wind turbines and the potential use of roads through O'Connell?
I'm sure the department is. Trudy, have you got anything on specific?
No. So you're not directly aware of those ones. So you haven't heard.
I've had conversations. Sorry, just to be clear, I have had conversations with Oberon Council about a variety of different projects. Sorry, I just can't.
Yep, that's okay. So I'm just in reference to then specifically, have you had those conversations or seen anything about O'Connell's First World War Memorial Avenue of trees, and whether they pose a potential obstacle to the transportation routes of the wind turbines? You may not have. You may not have.
Look, I have seen something on that, but I wouldn't be able to give you anything with clarity right here today. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Yeah, and that's fine if you can take a look at it. And what I'd like to seek from you, if possible, is that if it has been identified that this living World War I memorial, it's 100 years old, may potentially be impacted, 'cause it's also a local heritage item, that you will ensure that transport arrangements won't impact that particular avenue of trees.
Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Ms. Overall. In the work that we've been doing in a number of these smaller towns, that's been the explicit style of work that we've been doing. I'm conscious of the small thoroughfares around Oberon, crossing the Fish River, the difficulties in some of those smaller areas to turn any of those vehicles. It will be under review of how we move through the Central West in the smoothest possible way, just as we've done with the priority routes in getting from the Port of Newcastle to the Uangala wind farm in the more northern region, which has been the one that has been the first major delivery. So yes, we are looking at all of those route capacity issues.
So Minister, if I could ask that you will take a look at that example as well.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to take a look at it. I mean, we've invested significant funds in trying to ensure that that those communities are not impacted as much as is humanly possible, and there's been significant funding behind that. I mean, we have to remember that these renewable energy zones were established before we came to government, by your government, and we
changed
have
by
been
your government, but let's not quibble. Changed by your government, but let's not quibble.
Order. Maybe.
Anyway, you've made the commitment. Thank you, Minister.
We'll aim to come back with some specifics on that corridor if we can get them today.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Minister. Government claiming that more than 80% of state-owned roads are pothole-free. So, do you have evidence to support that figure and that claim? And are you able to provide it to us?
I will pass you on to Mr. Fuller. We've been doing a lot of work to improve the state's roads, and
so the 80%, I guess.
Sorry. Look, have you got exactly where that's been said? Sorry, just to remind me.
I don't have reference to where that's been said, but it's just that the claim of 80%. So I'm just verifying.
Yeah, well,
I
just want to know, because I know there was a lot of issues yesterday with things being sort of stated and they weren't quite actually what was said at the time. So I just want to make sure.
Name one thing.
Sorry.
Name one thing that wasn't accurate yesterday.
We're going to re-prosecute the Premier's budget estimate.
I'm happy. Yeah, well,
Good job.
I'll get
Good
some
job.
questions
yeah,
in.
we do know. We
do.
do know one
If
thing
you've
that
got
was
a
said that shouldn't
quote
have
that
been
you
said.
want to put
But
up
no,
and
no,
table,
Order,
I'm happy
order,
to do
order.
it.
I'm asking.
Order.
I'm just
We've
asking
been going
that
quite well.
Yeah.
If I'm happy for you to take that on notice and
Well,
is
I'm
that
happy for you to
80%?
table what you're saying, what you're quoting from.
80% of state-owned roads are pothole-free. No, I don't have the source of
Well,
of
when
what
I
that
went
is.
to budget estimates and you were going to throw a quote at a minister, usually you'd have the document that the minister
Oh,
said.
thanks.
on
Well, I'll
before you
find
do
it for you, Minister, and provide it, and then you can provide the answer.
Look,
okay,
we've
well,
been
let's
doing
move on.
enormous
Something
work.
that is qualified then, shall we? Is it correct that there were more than 41,000 pothole-related jobs logged across Sydney areas from Camden to Hornsby in last financial year? And that's been reported in the media. There's your verification.
I don't think that's on state roads, but I'll get Mr. Fuller to give you the
I didn't
details.
ask about state. I said 41,000 pothole-related jobs logged across Sydney areas.
We don't track local government potholes on
No,
their
of course
network.
you don't.
We-
Okay,
But-
order. Sorry, Mr. Fuller.
So is that-
Mrs.
is that
Overall,
election policy
Minister,
now for the-
Minister,
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to
Minister.
check.
No, I've called order because Mr. Lawrence has called a point of order.
I think it's pretty unfair to say in the media. I think it should be provided.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Lawrence.
I can
however,
provide that.
however, we seem to have descended into not question and answer, but just a little bit of lots of interchanges. What is it? Exchanges? Sorry, not interchanges. I'm in transport. Exactly. Let's go back. Sorry.
I'll redirect the
have some
question
ideas if
in
you
that
want.
case. Compensation claims for metropolitan-based roads. That is overseen by Transport for New South Wales and logged, is it not, Mr. Murray?
Well, if it's but if it's a state road, yes. If it's a local or regional road owned and managed by council, no, we don't. It's their responsibility.
So if there is
to
a
do it.
figure attached to this, then it must be verified through Transport for New South Wales what these compensation claims.
Or do you want to table it so we can see what you're looking at? Because it's just so we know exactly what you're talking about.
Mr. Murray,
There's a lot of figures.
is there 884 metropolitan-based compensation claims made for pothole-related damage in the last financial year compared to 688 in 24-25 under the public liability scheme?
Ms Overall, I'd need to have a look at the document you're referring to. I'm not familiar with those figures or the roads to which they refer to.
Minister signed her signed answer of 7 April.
Right. And I will put it to you then to provide on notice to qualify whether the compensation claims, metropolitan-based, 884, and what compensation has been paid out in that regard, how many of those claims have been successful, whether it's 7 of 884, and whether than less than $6,000 in compensation has been paid through the government's public liability scheme. I'm sorry if it's so challenging for you. And while I'm at it, if you can add figures for regional pothole compensation schemes that are state roads, not council. I'll move on because I have limited time. Inland Rail, Minister, you have previously talked and acknowledged about what a critical future-proofing project this was going to be prior to Federal Labor's decision to axe it, to not continue with it. New South Wales was planning its regional transport infrastructure on many of the advancements that were being made. So what sort of impacts will this axing now mean for regional rail and road networks, particularly in northern New South Wales?
Look, thanks for the question. Inland Rail is a project that, it's been something that I feel really the former federal government
had committed to it.
Okay. Yes, they committed to it, but didn't build it and didn't actually cost it, and it was like a bucket of funding that was never quantified, and it wasn't until Kerry Schott came in and did that review in 2023 that it was shown how poorly managed that was by the former Liberal and
Could
National
we not have
government.
a history lesson, please, Minister, and just let us
I
know
think
the impacts for New South Wales roads network, please?
The reality is here, the benefits for New South Wales is we'll actually now get investment in our rail infrastructure, which will allow us to ensure that the rail that is on our routes is going to be delivered, and that's the challenge.
And are you expecting more costs, undue impacts on our regional road network as a result? You have mentioned previously that you believe the inland rail would make our roads safer. So have you looked to, or will you look to, an assessment on how New South Wales is going to be impacted should the project not proceed?
Look, obviously, Transport is working with the federal government on all of those issues. The line, the corridor is still there. We did the revocation to enable that to be there if any future funding came in the future. But the reality is that we have got the line going through to Park. That will allow it to connect into existing ARTC network that runs to the Port of Newcastle, into Port Botany. It also allows freight to go to Western Australia and come back. A special activation precinct at Parks is able to go ahead. I mean, from New South Wales perspective, until the issues were resolved north of the border in Queensland, which didn't look like it was going to happen anytime soon, it would have been an academic thing. We would have a line to nowhere. Because, you know, with two Queensland Liberal national governments, you know, federally...
So we're going to do an assessment on the impacts for regional New South Wales, Minister. You're looking at that. Are you able to provide any information on
Transport is always looking at how we can best optimise the existing rail and road infrastructure, and we look at what is happening in the short to medium term,
and how that
will
impact us in the long term.
Absolutely.
One final...
Can I just say, sorry, on that, you know, under this government, the federal government, the Albanese government, we've seen the largest ever investment in the existing ARTC network of $2.8 billion.
I've just got one very final quick point for you, Minister. Duns Creek Road in the Monero, critical road, future road connection for the Queanbeyan community. Options being put forward by the council. One is to ask the government to consider an offset for an offset approach. Is that going to be an option the New South Wales government will support?
Look, we're in constant conversations with the council on that project and with the federal government. There's obviously challenges in the previous iteration of that project. We'll be working to help deliver roads for housing right across the state as we do.
Yep, helping deliver it. Great.
Thank you. Well, like Annie and Clarabelle here, the two of us.
Thank you. There it is.
A little bit of a Cranky the Crane over there, Minister. Let's try and finish on a good note
that's
here.
Not very nice.
Right, okay.
I'm not upset at all. I'm very happy.
And we'll
it's
hear
great to
about
have
your
you asking questions.
Thank you. Minister, M6, how many metres of tunnelling remains? Is it is left to go?
Look, I can't remember off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm not...
Is it 250 metres?
That sounds like it is, yep.
It's of that order.
Okay, and considering the reports of another hole occurring on site on Monday, is the project again at risk of stalling?
Absolutely not. There was a small washout. It was notified to Safe Work. It wasn't actually a notifiable event. My understanding is it's been addressed, so it's all back on track.
Thank you. And there was a media, the Sydney Morning Herald on the 19th of June. Sorry, actually, I'm not going to worry about that. There was a ministerial media release from you on the 19th of June, which you said Transport will provide an update on the expected completion timeline in due course. That was 19 June. You're still not able to provide a completion timeline. According to the same media release, it was claimed the agreement was at, quote, no additional cost, quote, to New South Wales taxpayers. Can you guarantee today that taxpayers will not pay one additional dollar above the existing contractual obligations as a consequence of this dispute?
Okay, so the first question first, around the timing. So it's 2 months since we've got to that discussion point around the contractors back on site. So I've already answered that, and they are back on there. In terms of due course, it is due course. I think 2 months is still a bit early because we know it is complex work and they're working on it. Now, in terms of the agreement, it means that construction would resume under the original contract terms, which is no additional cost under the contract. Now, obviously, there are always scope there for claims by the contractors, and they will continue. We will have claims. That work continues.
Minister,
I can get Ms Draver to elaborate on this.
We can talk about this afternoon. My concern is this, that your media release on 19 June said The agreement was at no additional cost to taxpayers, so I'm
Yeah.
asking for your guarantee from your own media release.
Well,
Do you stand by that?
We went to the contractors and we said we are not extending the cost of the
Right,
contract.
So can you guarantee that for taxpayers?
Well, that, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, on
Thank
the
you.
contract.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I turn to your performance and wellbeing statement of the government? You told this committee more than once that road safety is your number one priority. What's the government's target for road deaths in 2030?
Look, my target every day is zero. That's what I want it to be. I want to make sure that we don't have any deaths on our roads. I speak to families and survivors of crashes, and yeah.
Thank you. So the government's target, your target is zero by 2030? still?
No, that's not the target for
Okay,
by
what's the
2030.
government's
So-
target then?
Well, the published target is 164, but as I said, I'm not comfortable. I think every death on our roads is one too many.
Yeah, fair enough. Last year's performance and wellbeing statement reported that road fatalities with its own chart. This year's statement doesn't contain any road fatality measure at all. Who decided to remove it and on what date?
I think you'd have to speak to the Treasurer's office. I don't produce the budget papers, so.
You said that road safety was your number one priority. Does this concern you that it's just been taken out?
There is very frequent reporting on road safety and the outcomes. The decision about the budget papers is for the Treasurer.
So why would it be taken out though on such an important metric?
I can't answer that. It's not in my portfolio.
Did you ask the Treasurer? Have you asked Treasury? Have you asked
Absolutely
the Premier?
not.
Why are we taking out this metric, which is so important to me? It's my number one priority.
My focus is on driving down deaths in road fatalities and in road trauma. More explicitly, we have existing reporting that's available. That's what I will continue to do.
Where's that existing reporting?
So there's online, if you go on the Centre for
Where?
Road Safety website. That's
Anywhere else?
off the top of my head. I get it reporting regularly, but I'm not sure what you're trying to get to here.
Well, the public wants to know. It used to be in the budget. It's an important thing. You said it's your number one priority, but I'll move on. That's fine.
There's its own website, which is much more updated and.
All right. Well, yeah. I'm just curious as to why
there's
that would be taken out
road
because there's no road fatality
transport
measure at all. But that's okay.
Well, the road
it's your call.
Transport puts out a road safety annual report. We do extensive reporting at the end of every year.
Wow. Okay. Your department's own figures published on Tuesday show 224 people killed this year against 212 last year, and serious injuries of 12,157 against 11,559. Against a target of halving deaths by 2030, the government's metric, by what date do you expect this number to start falling?
Ms Ward, this is, as you would know, as a former Metropolitan Roads Minister.
There's nothing more formal than a former minister.
Sorry?
There's nothing more formal than a former minister.
It's a really difficult space. There are many factors in trauma on our roads that are causative. We have been working through the Road Safety Action Plan. We're consulting on the new one at the moment. We took on board your feedback at the last estimates to put in another session, in fact, on that particular one. We are working incredibly hard to try and do this. We're doing things that were in the original 26 Road Safety Action Plan. We've done some work on the motorcycle graduated licensing scheme. We've done work on wildlife strikes. We've done work on mobile phone. All of these things.
I don't want to cut you off, and I invite you to put that information on notice. I just have less than 2 minutes left, so I might just go further in that then. So 2/3 of those deaths are on country roads, and in your own release this month, 123 of 183 deaths were regional. Round 3 of your Safer Roads program, one of which the things you referred to, so round 3 of that Safer Roads program is $230 million, of which 114 million goes to regional roads. Why does the region carry 2/3 of the trauma and receive less than half the funding?
Look, with that program, that's determined based on the nominations that come through to Transport. They make the decisions about that, not me as the Minister. I want to make that really clear because it is grant funding and it is available.
You oversee that though?
Pardon?
You oversee that. That's provided to you. You're not immune from that.
But
it comes to your desk. As a former roads minister, I remember that.
I don't go through picking and choosing. I
No,
take the
and
advice
neither you
of the
should, but it does
experts
come
of
to your
who gets,
desk. Yeah.
who gets the funding for what is addressed. 62% of the funding in road safety in this 26-27 financial year goes to regional areas, is what I'm advised, and that is one of just a raft of programs that are used.
Can I just clarify there? I'm sorry, just with the time, but happy for you to put that information. It's just that the last round 3, it was less than 50%, so it was 230. I invite you to
yeah. And the term before, the one before that, it was about 80%. So, it depends. It's not done particularly on whether it's regional or rural. It's done on the safety risk for the particular roads and the projects that are put forward for that funding. So it's done on the risk assessment for those projects and a variety of factors. I invite you to ask Sally around that, those criteria, if you like, after the break. But it isn't, when we're assessing that program, we're not necessarily looking at the macro of that. We look at what are the projects that are in front of the department, and they make those decisions made on the criteria at the time. Of course, we prioritise regional road safety, and we have a variety of levers that we try to use to do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Minister, Lismore has no service to the Ballina Airport. They used to have an airport at one stage themselves, a smaller one. What's the government doing in terms of considering Lismore and in fact others, but Lismore particularly, in terms of public transport services to Ballina Airport?
Look, just off the top of my head, I don't have the Ballina Airport space, but I know that we have been doing a lot of work with the member for Lismore around services for her community, because obviously with the floods and the change in some of the demographics,
but
it's been a big
any
challenge.
Plan?
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Okay.
No.
Minister, just on a different topic, actually back in 2011, I obtained a list of the state's most dangerous school bus routes in terms of seatbelts on school buses, and I did that through a call for papers. There was a big, lots of attention on that, and actually seatbelts on school buses, regional school buses, became a reality after that. However, I'm still contacted by people about the fact that school kids are using regular bus, routes in the regions. Somebody has contacted me about Nowra, that quite a few school kids are taking a particular bus, the 460, I think it was, which goes, 70 kilometres per hour. Does the government have any plans to retrofit or to look at rolling out seatbelts more now on the regular bus routes that are travelling in the regions, recognising that kids have to take those more often than not?
Yeah, so obviously you're right that all child passengers are required to wear a seatbelt if there is one, in the New South Wales Rural and Regional Bus Seatbelt Program meant that 200,000 students were able to buckle up on their commutes. We have added, I can't remember how many, but we added some in the wake of the Greta bus crash, as well as investing in more education campaigns around the need to wear a seatbelt when people are on buses. In terms of that specific one, I'm happy to have a look at it. I know that the operators will generally do a risk assessment. The problem with retrofitting seatbelts is that it can be an engineering issue. So if you imagine you've got Mr. Fuller and I sitting on a bus together on a seat, and then you suddenly put us both in a seatbelt, if that bus crashes,
Yes,
you've now got a combined weight, and so there's got to be some floor strengthening, etc.
Yeah.
One of the challenges in rolling that out in some of those regions is the buses were of an age that you would be investing more than the value of the bus to do that seat belt, and so some of it was risk assessing to reduce the speed of that bus, even though it might be in a higher speed zone, to address that, and then as those buses came up for renewal to do something there. But I'm happy to take
I'll get in touch with you separately about that then. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you. Yeah, Minister, just to take you back briefly, in relation to the M6.
Yeah.
Under documents released under our Standing Order 52 call for papers in the Legislative Council, Transport for New South Wales documents discuss a scoping study for the abandoning of the M6. Can you confirm that this scoping study was completed?
I can't. I'm not sure whether it was completed or not. But So what's the question? Sorry, just whether it was completed.
Confirm that that study to abandon was completed.
I'm not sure whether it was completed.
No.
Do you know, Camilla?
My understanding was it wasn't completed.
Yeah. Was not.
Was not completed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does there exist, Minister, a secret plan to abandon the M6?
No.
Okay.
We were very open up front with the community and with yourselves and everyone that we wanted to get the project completed. We didn't want to put taxpayer funds at risk, and of course that would mean that we would look at all opportunities. Obviously, happily, the work by Ms Drover and the rest of Transport to get that project back on track bore fruit. We were very serious.
Thank you. Minister, if you are that serious, will you rule out ever abandoning the M6?
I'm not someone who goes into the whole ruling out, ruling in game. The reality is we're working with a contractor. We've made it very clear to them what the expectations is about that. They had a design and contract to complete the project, and that's what we expect of them. And we've worked over many months, and Transport has done incredible work there to ensure that we've taken very clear steps, including issuing default notice when we had to.
But with respect, it's unclear. Your answer is unclear on this occasion when I've squarely asked you, will you rule out abandoning the M6 if you're so committed to it and if it's 90% complete?
But this is the difference between your government,
no, I'm
Ms
not
Ward,
going to
and
go
ours,
down
because
30
we're not
seconds, Chair.
signing
I'm not
up
gonna go
to taxpayers to a blank cheque. That's it.
The M6 doesn't have an opening date. It doesn't have a quarter or a year that you can indicate it will be open?
Yeah, look, as the Minister said, it was only a couple of months ago that we entered into the continuation
It's a yes or no. Do you have a year or quarter?
No, we don't,
Thank you.
because we need the contractor to do their
Minister,
detailed design. and
we
that
can
will
come back this
inform the
afternoon.
program.
Thank you. Minister, will Chris Minns be Premier when the M6 opens?
I hope so. I think he's a great Premier.
Will
I
he
hope
be
he's
around?
the Premier for a long time.
Will he be staying? Will he be here?
I hope so.
Oh.
I think he's
Maybe
a
you should
great
get the
Premier. Everywhere I go across the state, they love
Maybe
him.
you should get the
Okay,
job.
great. It's 12:46. That's the end of our questions. What about you?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just ask the Minister if there's anything the Minister would like to clear up or add to from the matters discussed.
Just to say, except to say, I think Chris Minns is a great Premier, and I've really enjoyed working with him, and I'll continue.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Minister, for appearing today. We really appreciate it, and we will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock with everybody else, the officials. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome back. I'll just kick off with getting an update. I think it's you, Ms. Webb, is it about wildlife protection, wildlife technology, I should say, to protect our wildlife. We get an update on this every budget estimates, and I think the last time we spoke, there was There was a trial being done on certain types of paint. Was that?
Yes. So
yes.
We had undertaken a trial of pale paint on pale pavement. It was called the pale pavement trial. So we trialled that over 25-26. And the hypothesis was that the improved contrast would help drivers detect the wildlife. We ran that trial out at Kudal at the Future Mobility Transport Research Centre. Unfortunately, we haven't found that it really has improved visibility of wildlife.
That's surprising.
So we're not going to pursue that trial any further.
How much was that? How much did that one cost?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I don't believe that was a significant expense, but you'll recall that off the back of the using technology to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions report, we looked at a range of things. So your virtual fencing, combining technologies with in-car systems, established roadkill data platforms, etc. So there's a huge range of international presentations and experts who reported into that. But what we have done is we have been developed the Protective Animal Warning System, or PAWS, and that was the system that detects wildlife on or near the road. It uses AI detection system, so it detects.
This is the trial, like a trial.
Yeah,
that's still
so that's
going.
the one on the Monero Highway between Bredbow and Williamsdale, and that is due to go live on the 28th of August. So it's in testing at the moment. And essentially it uses thermal imaging and CCTV linked to computer vision and an object detection model. It activates dynamic signage to warn of animals in that corridor. And what we'll be doing over the course of the trial is evaluating its success and what's the reaction of drivers, do they slow down, etc. What types of animals are detected.
So that's what I think that you've been doing for a bit. So you're saying that this one's about to be, so it's been trialled. I suppose that what's been the most effective, has this been the most effective, or you're still
So this is the one,
trialling?
We are still trialling. So in previous updates I've given you what we've been doing is designing the trial, capturing the animals, training the algorithm to detect the animals. We used a wildlife park to assist with animal capture because we need to capture the animals. There's images that have gone through, but we want to use real life scenarios.
Okay, that all sounds. There's quite a few kind of novel scenarios there. I do feel sorry for little albino wildlife who they're the rare ones we've got to protect, but they would have just been flattened on the pale pavement. No, but in all seriousness, because there are proven technologies that. Actually, technologies is probably not, but more proven ways, which are probably potentially more expensive or just maybe more politically undesirable. One is to lower speed limits around some of the particular, areas that we know wildlife use, and I think Appin Road is an example of that. There's other places. the road escapes me, but I think we've talked about this before, but driving to the Southern Highlands, and there's an area where wombats cross all the time. There's always, unfortunately, dead wombats at that corner. So that's one, and is that under consideration? And secondly, the overpasses that are, of course, very successful, the overpasses and the underpasses. Are there any plans, or is there any budget for looking at where they would be best placed in kind of wildlife death hotspots around the state?
Yeah. So when so there's a hierarchy of controls, and there's fencing, there's culverts, there's overpasses, bridges, there are rope bridges, there are glider poles, there are escape poles, there are hatches. So there's a whole range of treatments that we apply. So when we're building new roads, we will, as part of the design or when we're doing upgrades, wildlife protection will absolutely be factored in. And we've got 390 structures across 32 road development projects, and we do monitoring on our projects. So we've got more than 29,000 recorded detections of animals using these structures. So we put these controls in. And at Appin, for example, we've just completed in May we completed the Narumba underpass that has the Narumba underpass has koala fodder, koala trees. It's got
yes. In fact, I did visit there about 6 weeks ago. They're very little, but of course, you wouldn't. And
then Ousdale, that site's being developed, so that one's a D5 project, but they've acquired the Greyhound site, former Greyhound site there. That is being developed. That will be built. That's starting later on this year. It'll take a couple of years to build. Also on Appin, and since I'm not sure when you last went there, Ms. Fairman, but we've completed a lot more fencing. We've put grids over the driveways, grids over other areas, and that's where we've got fencing which is designed to keep the koalas out, where in other places we want the koalas and other wildlife to use connectivity structures that we've put in place.
Thank you. I'll come back to...
And sorry, one more point. I don't know if you've seen the overpass at Corley's across the M1. So that's where
where did you say?
Corley's overpass or Corley's Bridge. That's on the M1 south of Waterfall, and that's a fabulous structure that is using legacy assets. It was a bridge that I think was built in the 70s, and that's now been redesigned to be an overpass for wildlife.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Whose responsibility is it for roadside? Is Transport for New South Wales responsible for roadside reserves at all? Is that Transport, or does it go to Crown Land at that point? So vegetation on the side of roads, which is...
So I think a lot of that, where it's in the road corridor, is Transport's responsibility, but I'm sure there are some that are also Crown Land's.
Yeah. Generally speaking, we've got fairly confined road corridor.
Sorry?
We've got a confined road corridor. Then beyond that, for other reserves and things, they are generally speaking Crown, but they could be other.
So I get contacted a reasonable amount of times actually by people who are tell me about illegal clearing. There's quite a bit of one example is around Moree. It could be happening in other places, but I've been given a lot of documentation around this in more that cropping is going right up to the road where once there was vegetation. Maybe there's, let's see, 8 metres, like quite a significant roadside. We know how significant vegetation is, particularly in places which are heavily cleared. And there's, I've driven past them myself and I've seen photos, and then you see the roadside where it's not cleared, and you see how significant that clearing is. And it's cropping right up to the road. So is that a Transport for New South Wales job in terms of compliance, like monitoring and compliance, and part of your, your asset has been taken by a private
we monitor our boundaries. So by the sounds of what you're talking about, it may well be vegetation clearing within private land to extend farmland, but
no, it's roadside. It's
So when you say cropping, you're talking about agricultural cropping?
Yes,
or just,
but there's no fence.
Right,
They've gone, and it's very clear
okay.
that, and this local has told me that 6 months ago it was vegetation, and it's very clear that that was the person's fence, and they've removed the fence, and they've cleared all of the vegetation, and they're cropping right up to the road, and so crop after crop after crop is starting to do this, and I think who is responsible for that, because it's
if what I'd suggest is if you send us the details, we'd be very happy to follow that up and check.
That would be,
generally speaking, if it's going into the road reserve, it's our responsibility. If it's in a Crown land, it would be another part. That would
be very good. I've got photos here of satellite imagery, which is showing the extent of the clearing, plus there's a road called Retreat Road. Roadside timber and vegetation recently pushed into piles, and I tell you what, it is happening in a lot of places. So I'm surprised you haven't been notified yet. Not saying, but I will certainly.
It may be that it's not impacting our reserve as such, but certainly happy to take it away, follow it up, and assist with what part of government, and we can.
Okay, thank you. And the kind of similar, I suppose, is being asked about roadside rubbish removal. Is that a Transport for New South on highways and freeways?
So if there's rubbish dumped within the road reserve, yes, we will. We often. I can think of a number of recent examples where we've followed up with councils if they're managing the reserve beyond the immediate corridor, where we have requested follow up and removal. Unfortunately, illegal dumping of rubbish happens, reasonably frequently. So either our teams remove it if it is in our state road corridor, or if it's in a local or regional road corridor, or in an area that council manages for us as part of the state road. It would, generally speaking, be us and council that would address that, and obviously also report that for investigation, whether that be both through police and the EPA.
So can I check with that when you're saying if there's kind of rubbish left? The reason I'm asking is somebody who is a resident of the Illawarra. So it sounds like you're talking about bigger dumping, rubbish being dumped, and they're talking about the fact that so the government gives litter grants to councils. So I think there's $10 million a year that's provided to councils around the state to assist with removing litter from its own infrastructure. However, that doesn't seem to be enough for things like, all the glass bottles and things thrown out of cars, which can be fire hazards and everything else on hot days. And so they're just wanting to know who's ultimately responsible if the roadside is Transport for New South Wales. It doesn't sound as though there's a dedicated kind of litter it's more like the bigger rubbish, like the
we-
bigger
we,
dumping.
We certainly
dumping,
do rubbish
I think your word
removal
was.
in the State Road corridor. So, as
You've got
an
a
example,
team. You've got
Yes, we have. We
teams
have
there?
our partner teams in the Greater Sydney area, and the extents of the M1 as an example that they cover through to the regional teams. So, if you travel along, say the M1 north of Sydney,
Picton
and you
Road
see,
and Appin Road, I've been given an example of here.
yeah, okay. So certainly, if you've got examples, we can follow it up and see. But generally speaking, roadside rubbish, whether it's small through to mattresses and other broader things that often get dumped in the road, we generally speaking will be responsible for cleaning those up because it's part of our commitment to making sure that the corridor is safe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, the last time we spoke, the buses, no, bikes on trains. Mr. Weeks, I get that update from you, don't I?
Yes.
Have we moved beyond that, taking a few seats out and seeing how it goes? In fact, I was on a train recently, and there was as in up to Newcastle, I think, and there was a bike rack for one bike.
Thanks, Ms. Fairman, and thank you for your continued focus on this. It is an important topic, and I'm pleased to provide an update. We have been working very closely with Bicycle New South Wales and other bike user groups, and in fact I think the last engagement with Bicycle New South Wales was just this week in terms of mapping out our next steps. We are in the process of planning to roll out all the fit out on our XPTs to enable roll-on, roll-off bikes. The first route that we will be able to do that on is the Sydney to Dubbo, which was, as you may recall, the route that was used for the trial. That is an easier one to do and to kick off because we generally use a dedicated train on that particular service, whereas on all of the other routes that the XPTs operate on, it's what we call a cloverleaf pattern. So one day it might be going to Grafton, the next it might be going to Melbourne, the next it might be going to Brisbane. And so we have to stagger this so that the equipment is rolled out on each of the carriages to be able to guarantee a booking availability for when we change the booking system. So the Sydney to Dubbo is the easiest route for us to do, and that's the one that we're going to roll out first. Now, this month we have, or by the end of this month, we'll have finished all of our consultation with our health and safety representatives and with our union delegates. We'll have done the fleet planning. In September, we're working on the enabling functions, so that's like the upgrades to the booking system that would enable someone to book a slot.
Is this all just for bikes, or are you talking
This is for bikes, yes,
gosh.
Because noting that our routes are booked services only, so the train that you would have been on, Ms. Fairman, was an intercity.
Yes,
where,
I'm aware of that.
big double doors, vestibule. Obviously on an XPT, it's a single door. We're having to take away luggage space on services that have our luggage space is at a premium because people can book their luggage in. But we've worked all through that process, and so we go to the configuration control board in October. So we'll be going. That's an engineering approval process because any time you change or modify a train, it has to go through the full process and approvals, and then in November it'll be fit out. So the equipment will be fitted in, so the luggage racks will be taken out, the device for securing the bikes will be fitted out, and we expect to go live in December.
Goodness. Right. And that's for how many?
2.
2 bikes or trains?
So 2 bikes, which is
Honestly.
which is the maximum capacity we're going to be able to offer for roll-on, roll-off because of the space
very expensive. That is a
constraints.
very expensive,
We love bikes, but
you know,
it's a lot.
it seems Yeah, a lot. As in, we want more bikes on regional trains, but that seems, and there were all the options considered, right?
All options have been considered, and that's been the benefit of the trial and engaging with the bike user groups. I think, again, given the nature of our trains, the design and the distance they travel, obviously we can't have unrestrained bikes in a passenger compartment. That would not meet our safety requirements or engineering requirements. So this is the process that we're going through, but we're committed to being able to offer this as a service to those who might want to roll on and roll off a bike.
2 at a time.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very detailed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mrs. Ward.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. Can I ask somebody, Mr. Murray, through you, about Barangaroo? Are you aware in Transport of ongoing complaints from residents in Barangaroo, Millers Point, Dawes Point and Walsh Bay regarding ongoing hooning and excessive vehicle noise?
I can take that, Ms. Ward. I'm certainly aware of the issue in that there has been recent press matters, and I know that it's been the focus of police and the City Council in looking at some traffic calming measures down around Hickson Road and the other areas on Barangaroo Point. It's not a specific transport matter at this point.
Is that because it's local roads and it's the
That's right. It's part of the City Council's traffic area.
That's Sydney City Council?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you've had, or the department presumably has had some interaction with City of Sydney Council about that?
I'd have to check at what level of engagement we've had on it. We do work with the council on an almost daily basis on regular issues. I'm sure we would have had some dealings, but it's not something we're currently progressing.
Would you be kind enough to take on notice and
I
let
can
us
do
know
that.
any interactions and any proposed response? I understand it's not your responsibility,
Sure.
but whatever can be done. Can I ask, perhaps you'll take it on notice whether the Minister or Transport for New South Wales have received complaints or representations on this issue? I suspect you may have. How many of those have been received and when were they received? And understanding the context that it's City of Sydney, but does Transport for New South Wales identify Barangaroo as a particularly difficult or notorious hooning location?
I'll take those on notice. That would probably be more a question for New South Wales Police.
Certainly. All right. Following from that then, has Barangaroo, and I guess it's the City of Sydney, ever been formally assessed for the introduction of noise cameras?
Again, I couldn't answer that question. I'm happy to check that in our overall engagement with the council, but again, that wouldn't be something that we would do for that area.
Thank you. It would be helpful if you were able to take that on notice also in the pack. And has Transport or the Minister ever received a copy of a survey conducted by residents of the above suburbs from May 2026? And if so, are you happy to provide a copy? Sorry, have you received that survey?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm often copied into surveys to the Lord Mayor or the City Council or the police, but I will double check and can take that on notice.
Thank you. And again, probably for City of Sydney, but for the record, according to this survey, I'm informed that it received 260 responses. 90% of respondents identified that disturbances occurred between 9 p.m. and 12 p.m. and most commonly involved excessive exhaust noise, engine revving, speeding and loud motorcycles deliberately creating excessive noise. So the question is, does Transport accept that such behaviours might have a significant impact on quality of life for residents living in that area?
Yeah, I'll come back on notice to all of those questions and acknowledge that hooning and poor traffic behaviour does have a substantial impact, and it is something that we look at and work with local councils where we can.
Much appreciated, thank you. And Mercy Rule, I'll finish on this one for this topic. Considering the persistence of this issue, would Transport consider recommending noise cameras be installed, as has been done in Wollongong and Bayside?
We'll have a look at that.
I'll leave it there, thank you. On to some more local...
Ms Ward, if I could just... one of my
Certainly.
Ms Webb has assisted me that the EPA has some noise camera programs that also may be of assistance, but we'll check if we've had any engagement.
Thank you, Ms Webb. If you're able to check whether you've received anything, and it might be helpful to provide it us so that we can provide it to the EPA. Thank you. Just on some local issues, if I may, Epping Bridge. Hi,
Yes.
thank you. May I ask how long it will take to replace Epping Bridge?
I'll ask Ms Rubalcaba to address
Thank
that one.
you.
I think you'll be aware that we've just completed an ECI, so we engaged early contractor involvement. It's a particularly challenging corridor,
Yes.
constrained by both road and rail. They've assessed a few various options there, and we're just completing that final assessment of those options, and that delivery kind of schedule will be completed.
When will it be completed?
Very imminently.
Very imminently.
Mm-hmm.
We should have a bingo on this. I'm not.
No, I appreciate that. It took a while for us to get there.
Yeah.
They are at the final, so my desire would be within the next month it's completed.
Sure, understand. And then what are the next steps after that?
The next steps after that would be, subject to what's in the assessment, to move into the delivery phase.
Okay. According to reports in the Sydney Morning Herald, it will take 5 years. Question is, could you help me understand why, and I do know it is complex, but can you help me understand why it's proposed, or reported at least, that it will take 5 years to replace this bridge?
I think the initial communications there was 5 years from procurement, so I think the build was actually scheduled for 4 years. We have to coordinate the road constraints, so I think we were constrained to closing only 4 lanes of the road at a time during the construction. And then we've got the rail corridor, which has a limited number of access possessions, so it was linked to that. So if you had none of those constraints, it would be built in less than half the time.
Yes,
but
I understand.
I think it's connected to those access constraints.
And there will presumably be rail disruptions during the closure of the rail.
So the plan is looking at both the existing shutdown schedules, so no further kind of access shutdowns. There is a plan and an annual schedule of that corridor. I believe it's 3 times a year they close that corridor, and sometimes they have extended durations over the Christmas shutdown.
Right. Forgive me, I don't have the source, but I did read, I thought it was 14 shutdowns proposed.
14?
Yeah.
I'll have to check that.
Scheduled.
I don't know
Would you
where
mind
that
checking?
number's
Yeah.
come from.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be, not trying to.
No, it may have been 3 or 4 per year.
Yeah.
So that may have been the 12 plus an extended
Maybe
one.
it's
So
12, yeah.
look,
Okay.
I can get you those numbers.
If you could advise on those,
Yes.
I understand it's complex. It's been around for some time. Can I understand why Transport for New South Wales terminated the expression of interest process last year?
The procurement process was started on a traditional kind of D&C type.
Yep.
I think it was acknowledged very early on that that was not going to get the best outcome. The complexities of this, we were really looking for that solution from the contractors. So it was halted at the expressions of interest rather than going straight into a D&C. The ECI allows us to work more collaboratively with the contractors to actually work through solutions and options.
Okay, so then will it require another expression of interest process, or those 3, I think you said?
So the ECI is a 3-phase ECI, so it essentially goes through that procurement. So once the assessments are complete, we should be in a position to award.
All right, to save me having to ask further questions and supplementaries for you, are you able just to outline that process on notice for us so we can try and understand the timing? All right, so I can assume that the main construction contract hasn't been awarded, despite previous advice that it would be awarded in late 2025 for the reasons you've just outlined?
Yeah.
Thank you, that makes sense. That allows me to jump over quite a few. Yeah, it was reported 14 closures during the construction phase. Can I understand how long the closures will be for each occasion?
They are standard rail possessions, usually 48 hours per weekend. So over 4 years, that would have been 3 possessions. That would be your 12 plus Christmas. So 14 sounds reasonable. I'm not sure where that number's
Sure,
exactly.
but on each occasion, probably be 48 hours on a weekend. It's closed this weekend.
It's a standard shutdown that's tied
Understand.
into the possession calendar.
Okay. And is the cost of those rail closures factored into the project $220 million budget, or will that have to be absorbed by Transport for New South Wales separately?
Our estimates that require rail shutdowns and works to be carried out in a rail shutdown do allow for possession costs, whether that be alternate busing. So there is a contribution depending how many contractors or work sites there are in that extended shutdown. It's kind of spread and shared. So there is an allowance made within the estimate.
For who to pay?
It's internal costs from Transport through to Sydney Trains, because Sydney Trains have to enable the bus diversions.
Okay, so City Trains on that. Thank you. So given those delays and potential additional disruption costs, can the Epping Bridge project still be delivered within the $220 million funding envelope?
Until I've completed the assessments, I can't answer that, but what I can say is that we have completed early labelling works, we've done signalling relocations, we've acquired property so that the road can be built, we've done the planning, environmental assessments, so it's ready to go.
So you've acquired you said you've acquired a
small piece of property.
Oh, property, okay, yep, thank you. All right, and if more funding is required, will that be New South Wales or the federal, the Commonwealth Government that will pick up?
That will be a matter for government. We'll put that proposal if that is the case.
Okay, and can I ask what's been spent on the project to date?
I think it's noted in the budget papers. I think it's 50, just confirm it, I think it's just over $50 million.
Thank you. I'll move on to Mona Vale Road. Anyone? Ms. Mayers?
Hello.
Hello. It was predictable at least. So may I ask on the Mona Vale Road West upgrade, is that now fully funded for delivery?
It is staged, so let me just grab the information. We have got actually full funding for the 3.7 kilometres to duplicate from 2 to 4 lanes from McCar's Creek Road, Terry Hills and Powderworks Road at Ingleside. That's correct.
Okay, so that is fully funded for
Yes,
the 3.7 Ks. And can you provide a breakdown of how much the state and federal governments are providing for the project?
I've only got the total budget here.
What's that?
I'll bring you that back in the afternoon session after the break.
And sorry, what's the total budget?
265.6 million.
Thank you. And so has all the planning and design work been completed for that?
Yeah, so just in terms of status, we've just completing the review of environmental factors, so the ref's just been completed. That will be out in the next couple of months. We're targeting quarter 4 this calendar year for that to go out for public display.
Okay, so when will major construction works commence?
Yeah, we are aiming to commence. Let me just make sure I give you the right date.
Yep.
Yeah, it's anticipated for 2028. I think we've been clear on that, though depending on the finalisation of the REF and the procurement, we are hoping to bring that forward slightly.
Okay, is there a reason why construction can't start earlier?
As Ms Rubalcaba repeats in these answers, it is difficult to give the exact timing until we've got the final design and the planning and the procurement completed. So I think we're being reasonably conservative with 2028 and we would hope to bring it forward to 27.
Okay, and can we understand how much has been spent on Mona Vale Road West to date?
Yes, I can bring that back for you as well.
Thank you. And could you bring back or provide on notice a breakdown of what was, a breakdown of the cost, what things were spent on what?
The estimate?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
But so far, in the spend so far. Thank you.
No problem.
So have there been significant changes to the design of Mona Vale roadway since it was first proposed?
There have been some updates. I think it is really to confirm that we will go from 2 lanes to 4 lanes.
Yeah.
There's some realignment of the McCars Creek Road intersection, new traffic signals, proposed to be a roundabout at Yulong Avenue, a fauna overpass is designed into the build to go in, and also an underpass. And there is some more local arrangements, like in and out access onto the local roads. So I think it has been adjusted quite a bit through the design phase.
A fast pass into Kinbricky dump or something.
Yeah.
Locals. Okay. And if you could take on notice what parts of the previous design are now being changed or removed from where it already started. And is the new design considered to be a reduction in the scope of the original project commitment?
No, it's not considered a reduction.
Okay, thank you. And so will the redesign cause any further delay to the construction timeline?
No, I think it has been sensible to stop. And I mean, this project, as we know, was subject to the strategic infrastructure review, so that was the delay early on. But I think since we've confirmed it's moving forward, we've moved quite quickly. So no delays.
Okay, thank you. Can I move on to Wakehurst Parkway?
Ms. Rubalcaba.
Thank you. Has the government spoken to Northern Beaches Council about the approximately $33 million that was provided for flood mitigation works on Wakehurst Parkway?
We have been working quite closely with Northern Beaches Council to address flooding issues. The portion that we are developing between Dreadnought Road and Oxford Falls Road, we are incorporating that and doing that on behalf of the council, and we are consulting and interfacing with them on the other elements, flood improvements that they're doing at 3 other locations. So there is a lot of work.
Okay, I understand that, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but the $33 million that was provided, so what is happening with that? Where's that allocation at, and what is that being utilised for?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the $33 million provided for the flood mitigation works, what's happened with that with council?
What's happening? Let me just check this.
Yeah, take your time, you can check, that's fine, I can come back to it. Do you want to check on that and I'll go to Remembrance Drive in Camden, if anyone has mayors? While you're checking on that one?
I can probably give you a bit of info on Wakehurst, actually, if I can assist. So my understanding is that, as you mentioned, Northern Beaches Council, we've been working with the Dreadnought, and excuse me if I say that incorrectly, and Oxford Falls Road is the area where we've identified works with Northern Beaches Council that we will carry out as transport on behalf of council. So I think Northern Beaches Council separately is planning for flood improvement work at 3 other locations on the parkway, Oxford Falls West, the Bends and the Sydney Academy of Sport. So we're assisting in discussions, but we'll be delivering that one section I mentioned.
So you Transport will do that one section, council will do the other 3?
They're working on the other 3, that's right.
They'd be able to do the other 3 for the $33 million?
I don't have that 33 million number.
I don't have that.
Yeah, we'll have to take that.
Could you take that on notice,
please?
Yep. All right. Has council explained why those works have not progressed?
I don't have that information with me.
Could you take that on notice?
Sure.
Thank you. And could you take on notice what steps Transport or the government has done to follow up on that funding and ensure that the work is progressing and is delivered by council? I think there's some frustration that funds have been either paid or allocated, and there hasn't been a lot of progress.
So what's been spent and what's allocated? Okay.
Yeah, and what's the delivery timeline from council? And could you take a notice when these works are expected to start, both the council work and the transport work?
Sure.
And when they're expected to finish, to the best of your...
Sorry, could you repeat that one?
Yeah, when those works will start and when they'll finish, both the council and transport's works.
Sure.
Remembrance Drive in Camden.
Yes.
The intersection upgrade at Elizabeth Drive and Y Lane. The Minister's office has previously advised that Planning work is largely complete. Procurement can begin and construction is expected to commence before the end of the year. What's the date or month that Transport currently expects construction to commence on Remembrance Drive? And Elizabeth?
Yeah, I don't have that information on Remembrance, and that intersection isn't aligned with where I thought it was. So I might take that on notice as well and come back to you. If I can today, I will.
Thank you. And could you provide the expected construction timeline and when the project's expected to be completed?
Oh, it's road safety. Okay, no problem.
I'll try and smash through these quickly. The Richmond Road corridor upgrade on the M7 motorway to the Driftway in Hawkesbury. So that's a federal and state joint commitment of $50 million to develop the business case for the Richmond Road corridor upgrade between the M7 and the Driftway. What's the current status of the business case? And when do you expect it to be completed? And then once that business case is finalised, when does Transport or the government anticipate making a decision on construction funding? And what's the time frame for construction to commence on the Richmond Road corridor upgrade?
We're just having a look to see what we've got at the moment.
Let me double check that and I'll come back after the break.
No trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get an update about the on-demand buses? I think there was a trial in some of the regions in the far west, I think, or northwest. Have we?
No.
We don't have anybody here for that.
We'll find out today. There's quite a few different on-demand vehicles, but I'll get some information for you after tea break. Do you know which location?
I'll have a quick look. It was in response to answers taken on notice from last time, which I've just closed that tab, but I'll come back to that. I have a constituent who is wanting some information about the Moree Plains Shire and wondering what the progress has been on upgrading the Newell Highway through and around Moree. Is there some information on that? Particularly, there's sections with particularly poor safety records in the area.
I hate to say I'll take it on notice or try and bring it back today, but I don't have that with me either. So
that's all right.
Apologies, I'll endeavour to get that.
They are quite specific and possibly a bunch of these others as well. Hopefully this one won't be taken on notice. In July, there was an article in the Sydney Morning Herald regarding the changes to Mona Vale Road around the proposed St Ives redevelopment. The Transport for New South Wales apparently hadn't been informed about some of the particular changes. This was the Sam Arnau, the Pokies billionaire, doing that massive the sale was $450 million, and this big planned redevelopment coordinated by Ku-ring-gai Council, and it includes a new intersection with traffic lights on Mona Vale Road. The story was about Transport for New South Wales not being privy to that. So the question is, and I understand Transport for New South Wales wrote a letter to Council, but where is that up to? Because the story says that Transport for New South Wales would be unlikely to approve a new public road at that location. Where's the consultation with Transport for New South Wales and the developer and council up to now with that?
Thanks, Ms Fairman. I recall, and I will seek a status update, that, yes, as you've said, we wrote to council. We stipulated the traffic modelling and safety impacts that would be required that we didn't have from that intersection, and we put that on record for them as to what they would need to provide for that to then proceed in the proper manner. I just can't recall where we got to in their response, but I'll double check on that and we'll come back to you.
Okay. How is the speed limits within a particular section of let's keep it to metropolitan roads, parts of Sydney? There's been quite a few changes recently where there's 40 kilometres per hour for, I'm not talking school zones, 40 kilometres per hour for 60, 70 metres, and then 50. There's quite a few different speed zones in smaller areas now. And I was contacted by somebody who has challenged one of these speeding fines that he got. This was in Zetland, Burke Road and Botany Road. There's 4 speed limits, he says, in a 700 metre stretch, and the part that he was fined, I think it was, he was going close to 50 in a 40 zone, but it was 50 until 5 months ago. He's been challenging this for a number of reasons. So my first question is, how is that established? How are all of those speed zones established? Because he is, he and quite a few other people I've noticed are saying that a lot of this is done, to secure revenue as opposed to being about safety. That's his assertion.
So we have a published speed zoning standard which applies to all of these cases, whether they're a Transport for New South Wales road, or mostly when we're talking about some of these issues where there are especially multiple changes, that it might be a council road. So that was updated in 2023 to ensure consistency in a lot of those assessments. It simplified the speed review process. We've tried to reduce the time required to actually work through any of those applications, better aligning with the Road Safety Action Plan as well. So safety is, of course, the main consideration in when we look at those speed zoning implications. And since that 2023 update, we've had across the state not just reductions in speed limits, in particular in regional centres, but also increases where we've been able to work with councils to demonstrate that road upgrades have enabled speed zones to be relaxed in some cases. So we do try and get that balance. In regards to those multiple changes, Ms. Webb, do you have any other information?
So what I would say is that under that speed zoning standard, which we have also just recently had reviewed by experts and with input from councils, etc., we have very detailed guidance around the conditions for different speed zones, and that's then assessed by the PIP team under Trudy, in particular in relation to particular locations. However, on the website, there is an opportunity for your constituent to make a notification to us to ask for a review of that speed zone, and to challenge the multiplicity of different speeds that are in that particular area. As Mr. Murray referenced, it's about road safety, but it's also aligned to the function of that road, whether it's for traffic or whether it's a local area that's where we want movement, people to be moving around. More of a place function, I should say, rather than movement. So,
Mr. Murray, did you say before that the updates in terms of the speed, the kind of big review and latest changes to a lot of those speed zones, speed limits was in 2020?
2023 was the main change to the speed zoning standard, and then, as Ms. Webb just clarified, there was a refresh in the last 12 months.
Yes. Okay. And what's been the increase or decrease? What's happened with revenue from speeding fines as a result of that?
I'd have to get that information for you on notice. I have seen it. The revenue changes, I think, if you think on an annual basis, have not been, there's not been major changes. There was obviously during COVID when there were not people on the road, but in general, the speed camera revenue or speed enforcement revenue on our roads is a fairly standard line item in the budget and doesn't generally have big swings. The population increase probably has more of an impact on that than other elements.
If you could take that on notice since the, maybe from 2022.
I will check it, and we do publish it because anything derived from those cameras does go into the Community Road Safety Fund for spending on road safety initiatives. So we do publish how that money comes to pass.
And there's, yes, and then along with that, I suppose we've got we've got the fatalities. What about the number of how many speeding fines are issued each year?
I'll get that. I'll get that for today, hopefully.
Okay, and also maybe how many people or how many fines are actually overturned as part of that?
Okay.
I understand people are able to seek reviews.
That's a more difficult question because obviously reviews can take a longer period of time. People may enter the court process. There may be various appeals. So sometimes a court process might be a year or two after the actual offence, but I'm sure we'll have some guidance.
It's registered probably though, isn't it? Somewhere if there's a fine and it's nullified.
Often if they're challenged as part of that initial infringement, I'll get an assessment from our prosecutions team.
This particular example, which is Burke Street and Botany Road, is quite close to where I live actually. It does look a bit ridiculous, and these aren't school zones, I don't think, but 50, 40, 50, 40, along this small stretch, 40, 50.
Where is that?
Burke Road and Botany Road, Zetland. Apparently, that area is renowned for people being caught still driving 50. Also because the change is so recent. Now, I'll just warn the opposition that I am. This probably will be my last line of questioning, and it could just be one question.
I can answer the on-demand services just to update you, Ms. Fairman, on on-demand services for Far West. Still operating 3 routes in the area. Some are every other fortnight on the Thursday or Friday, some are daily on the Dubbo area. They're available on our transport website, and the phone numbers are available for people to pre-book those services on demand.
Do you have, if you could maybe take for me on notice then, Mr. Collins, just an update about the on-demand services in terms of their patronage?
Yeah.
It would be good. I'm assuming reports are done.
They are, yes,
on them.
We'll get those information to you on notice.
Thank you.
And Chair, I have an update on Moree if you would like.
Great, thank you.
One moment. So there was a pavement upgrade project completed last year, 11 kilometres north of Moree, and there is a new project with a joint Australian and state government investment of $181 million to upgrade 14.9 kilometres of the new north of Moree again, so the next section. This will be pavement and safety improvements, wider lanes, shoulders, more spacing in the centre, some intersection upgrades and drainage and flood resilience works as well, and upgrades to bus stops also.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Mayers. So I am just wanting to confirm, Ms. Webb, I think it was you who got back about back to the very first issue that I asked about in terms of the roadside drug test earlier. Yep. I think you confirmed that the test does test 50 nanograms per milliliter that's currently being undertaken, at the roadside now, and less then.
Yeah. So the roadside, the drug wipe 3S tests for presence. It's calibrated to, it's the way in which it's calibrated gives assurance that anyone with 50 nanograms per mil will register, but it also picks up lower levels.
Yes.
So it detects at lower levels, but it's assured to 50 nanograms. Those devices must, under the Road Transport Act, the rules and the regs stipulate that they must go through a validation process and they're tested by FAS, New South Wales Health, there's operational testing. In essence, that drug wipe has been used for approximately 20 years by police. It's like a COVID test. It'll go either positive or negative.
So it doesn't say, 37
doesn't say
nanograms.
what it is, and it can't do that. But then what happens is someone who tests positive will have to do a separate oral fluid test. So essentially there's a sponge and it collects saliva. That is then kept in an esky and transported to FAS laboratories. That is then tested, and the threshold for an offence to occur is 10 nanograms per mil. But under the reforms, that will be 50 for...
The first test is the roadside test of 50.
Well, the first test is the yes-no test. So the first test is yes-no,
50.
And there are 2 of those that are done. The sponge then collects an oral saliva sample that is tested at the lab.
So in terms of the lab, okay, that's very useful. Thank you. I'm getting good information from you, Ms. Webb, today about this. So the only time the 50 comes in is roadside. And then the test itself is the oral the saliva. They're both saliva.
So the
one's a wipe. And
so the COVID test has an assurance mechanism that it will detect at least 50
the roadside test.
Yeah. So you don't see whether it's 50. You don't know what it is.
Test.
Yeah. Sorry.
Please don't call it a COVID test. Do you know, do you know who you're going to really alarm? Is calling it a COVID test.
So it's a line. It's a yes. It's like it's a yes no. It's a positive or not positive test at the roadside.
Yes.
A saliva sample must be collected and analysed at the lab to get the accuracy of the THC concentration. That's done at the lab, and that's where it's so currently. If you've tested positive at the roadside, you'll be. And into the future, you'll be taken off the road for 24 hours. But then at the lab, there'll be the confirmation of what your limit is, what threshold you have in your system, or sorry, not threshold, what is the concentration in your system. If it is 10 or above, you will be issued with a penalty of a 3-month driving suspension and a fine exceeding $700. Under the reform, that will increase for registered users, medicinal cannabis users who've undergone the test and who are registered, the training. They will only receive the criminal penalty if they're over 50 nanograms. If you're not registered,
not a criminal
it'll be
penalty,
10.
Is it? Not a warning.
So if it's under 50,
it's the warning.
If it's between 10 and 50, you'll get the warning.
And if it's over 50,
then the normal criminal penalties apply. So the 3-month suspension and the fine.
this point, I don't know. As in, I don't mind.
Yeah, thank you. So the first test is an oral fluid test.
It's a wipe. Yeah, oral
wipe.
Yeah.
Is that? I'm sorry to get into the weeds.
No, but no.
Literally. Is that then? That is the one test that is used, or is another test
So
taken
you
to the
do a
lab?
second one at the roadside.
If it's
So
positive.
from a different batch.
Right.
So you do 2 of those at the roadside.
Is it the same the same thing?
Same thing, yeah. So it's two different devices. So it's an individual.
It's the same thing, but 2 of
blue
them.
stick. You lick the first one, and if that is positive, you'll then get a second one from a different batch. Do the same.
Take it, I see.
And then if they're both positive, then you'll provide the saliva sample.
How long for the analysis when it goes to the lab?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I understand it's relatively fast at the lab.
So what's the delay between? When do you do the saliva test? Like, could you just
At
talk
the
us through the
roadside.
mechanics?
It's all at the roadside.
Oh, okay. So
So
all there in the
it'll
one.
take-
It's all sent off to the lab.
It takes.
Okey-doke.
If you've tested positive to the first one, so that takes, I'm going to say, less than 10 minutes.
Yep.
3 to 8 minutes to do the first one. Then the second one will take the same length of time again, and then they will administer collect the saliva sample.
And that is a different one from the first 2.
Yeah,
Yes.
different.
It's like a sponge on a stick, and they put it around your mouth.
That's the sponge. Okay.
So
and
with
then the sponge is put in the esky and taken to the FAS lab.
And with the at the roadside, then that's all very useful, Ms. Webb. At the roadside, when you're saying it definitely detects 50, we can be positive about that, but it will also detect at lower levels because the Securitech wipes, whatever they're called, have different levels apparently in terms of how they're manufactured.
That's right.
Is it 5, 10, 15? What is that lower level?
So they have. So the manufacturer manufactures
Yes.
a range of products, and some have assured detection levels
Yes,
at
I know
lower
that.
limits.
But what I'm after, I'm
Yeah.
specifically asking what New South Wales Police are using.
50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
50.
So
But you've just said it can be detected at lower levels.
So it is assured
Mm-hmm.
to collect at least 50, but it can detect at lower levels as well.
Oh.
Like 5.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll come back
Does
if I
that make
need to
sense?
once I think about it a bit more. I'll go to the opposition with questions and
So it will at least detect 50, but it could
That-
detect 45.
that's current,
40.
the current or
Current.
the new? Yeah, current. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's try to whip through mine as quickly as possible so we're not
Do as
having to
much,
keep
yeah.
you here longer than you need to be on a Friday afternoon. Mr. Murray, you said earlier, echoing the Minister, that you didn't know where the claim of 80% of roads being pothole-free came from. And I promised that I'd table the source, and if you'd like me to, and it was remiss of me. I did say 80%, but the Minister's own Instagram account actually says that it's 82%. So happy to provide that to everyone if that's necessary. And in addition to that, in a signed answer of 7 April, the Minister advised that the department reported potholes had been rising each year. The most recent was 25 to 26, which was reported on the 24th of March, 121,288 potholes filled. So apparently, I presume that I haven't done the math, so I don't know how many that is alluding to, but it must be 82% of the state roads because the Minister said so on socials. So do you have the regional in comparison to metro areas on that breakdown of the pothole figures?
Yeah, we've certainly been using both our Sydney Road contractors to do pothole blitzes. And
Sorry,
also
Mr. Murray, it's just a little bit quiet on your microphone,
No
please.
Yeah, I was struggling to. I
Yeah.
thought it was me. Sorry.
No problem at
Yeah,
all.
thank you.
Thank you. We have our Sydney Road contractors who we've been engaged with on a number of pothole blitzes. That I think that's probably what the Minister was referring to. I'm not sure of the post itself. And we also have our self-delivery teams across the state who have prioritised this alongside the other work that they've been doing, particularly in the north of the state around the natural disaster work. But Mr. Fuller, who looks after those teams, would be able to talk more to that.
Yeah, sure. Happy to. Look, in broad numbers, and I think what was included in that release was the fact that over the last 12 months we've completed works on 150,000 potholes. Around 16,000 of those are in the Greater Sydney area. The rest across
how many? Sorry,
about 16,000. 16,
16,000.
Yes,
right,
correct.
okay.
The rest across the much broader network on regional New South Wales. So it was about 135,000 thereabouts in regional New South Wales. As Mr. Murray said, you know, as well as what we're doing in just filling potholes, we're doing an extensive array of work on the pavement more broadly. You may recall, and I think at estimates last time we talked about the funding that we had accelerated in the Sydney area for our special pavement program, 200 million over 2 years. I'm pleased to report in the last financial year we were able to deliver about 97 million of that program through 2 tranches, and we're actually in the second phase of that now. So that's seen some very considerable upgrades to pavement in some of those areas that were really being flagged as problem areas, particularly along the northern beaches as an example. And in broader terms across the state, we also have a very extensive reseal, repave program across our regional areas. You may have seen some recent media and industry groups where they're stating that they'd like to see states commit to a minimum reseal program of 7%. Across 7% of their asset base of the kilometres of network they have. In the last couple of years, we've averaged between 8 and 9, and this year we're targeting close to 10. So we're doing an extensive array of work on the pavement. I think the other numbers that you referred to this morning may have come from some of the other commentary that's in media from, say, the NRMA, where they talk about the local government networks and working with councils. We don't track those statistics, and we don't undertake measurement of their network, and it is a large part of the obviously the overall New South Wales road network, but we've got very specific information on our network.
Okay, but does that mean you still can't give separate figures for regional road maintenance allocation as has previously been stated?
No, we can definitely, like I say, I've talked about 2 elements of the regional road maintenance area. We have budget allocations for regional and Sydney that are separate to what I've just talked about there.
Okay, and you can provide that to us?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, great. Okay, excellent. Yep, that'd be terrific if you can do that. And then
I can tell you now if you like.
Oh, yep, sure.
The allocation to our TOTEX on regional road maintenance this year is just over $1.3 billion, 1.307. That is for just our core maintenance programs.
But the breakdown for regional?
That is regional.
That is
just regional. In
1.3.
addition to that, as Mr. Murray just referred to as well, we have recovery programs that are funded through the disaster relief funding arrangements. Over and above that, this year we have in excess of $100 million for state roads, predominantly all in regional areas. Yep. We have road safety programs that sit on top of that, and we also have some of those other discrete programs, such as the 2 resilience projects I referred to on Waterfall Way earlier.
Okay, can I put a question in a different way then? Are you able to provide us with, and again, talking specifically around the regional roads of the state-managed roads, how many kilometres are currently classified as being in poor or very poor condition?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice. That's the sort of information that we gather in our asset and services plan annually.
But you can provide that
I would take that on notice.
Great. Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, if I could come back to you just for clarity again, the compensation claims, again, breaking it down. So Transport for New South Wales is the authority that and the body that investigates compensation claims and decides if they're payable?
Again, I'd have to take the exact process on notice. We do, to the first part of your question, we do investigate and then we work with the state insurer on any of those liability issues that you referred to earlier in the day.
Okay. If you could take that on notice, please. And then are there any independent safeguards as part of that? I understand that a re-investigation can be conducted if someone challenges it, but yeah, it'd be really helpful to know the process of that
Happy to come
officially.
back on that on notice, and obviously there is then the Ombudsman if someone is dissatisfied with how that case has been handled by Transport.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms Overall, I also had a response to the O'Connell Road issue,
yes.
if you wanted just to have a quick update on that.
Yes, please.
So the proposal that you refer to is a private proponent, the Global Power Generation Paling Yards Wind Farm. It is not situated within a renewable energy zone, one of the declared renewable energy zones that we have been prioritising through the work of recent times. So as a result, RES-specific arrangements relating to OSOM movements do not apply. So those OSOM movements for that area will be an issue for the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator and the Council to work through.
Okay. All right, I'm sure we'll look at that a little bit more. So completely separate from you guys and everything that...
Well, we are engaged, as would be the Department of Planning. However, the priority work that we're doing with road upgrades and changes relate to the 3 gazetted wind farms and the priority projects that exist within those, the renewable energy zones, not wind farms, the priority solar and wind predominantly projects that relate to those 3 gazetted zones. So they are the ones that are receiving full state level coordination.
And you're suggesting that the avenue of trees is impacted by what is being proposed by this private proponent?
That's right, and it's currently outside of the full state program.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that.
So we would be happy to assist council, assist planning, but it's not currently one of the ones that's on our priority list.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. In relation to the Regional Road Fund, on what grounds did the 2 Wollongong projects get moved from Urban Road Fund to the Regional Road Fund?
Thank you for the question. I think it's also important to note that all of the projects that were there were funded, so they were initially
as part of the urban.
They were in the Urban Roads Fund.
That was all funded.
That's correct. So it's not as though I think the question was put earlier is, did they then displace other funding in the budget? No, they already had budget funding. The decision was then taken in the 23-24 budget cycle to fund those through the Regional Roads Fund at the time, and that was because they did fit under the government assessment of the boundaries. Admittedly, that is different, as the Auditor General found, to the specific categorisation of the Snowy Fund. So that was detailed by the Auditor General. We accept that there is that difference in terms of the designation of the borders between one and the other.
Will you move those 2 projects back into the Urban Road Fund?
No, they have been funded, and the funding exists both through the project and through the additional consolidated revenue funding that's been provided to all those road projects.
But you won't take any more of those projects that do not meet the criteria from the Regional Road Fund?
No, we've accepted that the Auditor General had a look at that, but we do not intend to move the funding now that those projects have been funded.
Okay, can you tell us which road projects have been identified as unfunded or underfunded where the Regional Road Fund has become the funding source?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So projects like the Thornton Road Bridge, for example, which was 15 million, now 50 million. There are other projects, I understand. There's another roundabout in Queanbeyan, for example. So the projects that were identified as election commitments, which have now gone over and don't have enough funding, that are now being allocated from the Regional Road Fund. Are you able to?
That's correct. A number of those because they were predominantly election commitments, and many of them were just for planning money in the election commitment that was made, which was then to come out of that 330 odd in the Regional Roads Fund. When those projects have then proceeded through development and the business case, they obviously have then required additional money. In some cases, the government has decided to allocate future funds for when those business cases and assurance gateways have been met, to guarantee delivery into that next stage, and have put money against that. Ms Mayers may be able to assist with any particular questions like the roundabout you referred to.
Perhaps you could provide a list of those projects that have had to be topped up, and one that you perhaps could give me a bit more detail on. Those projects that you're talking about now coming to the Regional Road Fund, have any others come from other funds, like the Urban Road Fund, that have then been transferred and are now being funded by the Regional Road Fund instead?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any others coming in.
What about the Wallenbean roundabout?
Wallenbean was a particular case because not only was it an emergency regional road operation, but it also was being funded by an insurance payment due to damage that had been done to the bridge. So again, it was particular. If you have a look at the Auditor General's overall criticism, it was that Transport should have run this as a program. We have... So
a program as in like with business cases? Is
that what it's
suggesting?
No, business cases apply, but what we did is we applied Transport's project level assurance process, including all the way through investment cases and the like. The Auditor General's view was that this should have been run under almost a separate category, separate bucket of funding, everything relating to the other. That was the subject of a number of, I guess, robust discussions with the Auditor General. We still believe that with the pace of getting underway on clarified and certain election commitments that were given to Transport after the 2023 election, that actually, because there was such a diversity of projects in there, our standard project delivery processes and assurances and sign-offs actually did enable a fast deployment on many of those projects. Now, some of them, as you've just pointed out, required additional money, additional planning, additional logistics, and they continue to be worked through in that manner. But the Auditor General did find that while it wasn't a program approach, Transport did apply all of its Treasury's and INSW's proper parameters in assessing those projects.
But we're essentially moving projects around and taking them from over here to be paid for over there.
But Ms Overall, to some extent, that is what we are required to do. Sometimes projects can't happen in the time frame that we hope. Sometimes they encounter additional community requirements or...
Yes, but some areas also shouldn't be disadvantaged because election commitments are being propped up for areas that they shouldn't be propped up. But thank you, I do appreciate that more fulsome information on all that. And again, I'll get through so that we're not going to be here for the rest of... until next Friday, and there's plenty of that could happen. Could you please tell me, and I'm not sure who to direct this one to, the dredging of Wallace Lake, is it still a priority New South Wales Government project as it's been since 2022?
Well, thank you for the question. I'd like to introduce the committee formally to Nicole Watts, the new Executive Director of Maritime New South Wales.
Congratulations on the gig.
Yeah, so is it still a priority New South Wales Government project?
Yes, it is.
It is? And the $16 million that's been allocated for dredging in the most recent budget, how much of that will be for the Wallace Lake project?
I don't have the specific number in front of me, but Wallace Lakes is funded. We've also secured additional funding for priority projects for next year and are working through that allocation now. Our funding cycle is cyclical, but we certainly have a 10-year dredging plan, and Wallace Lakes is an important part of that.
Okay, thank you. And information has been provided to me, some of the detail, in fact, from the wonderful member from Mile Lakes about this, that community access to information, and that's why there's been some uncertainty around whether it's still on that priority list, because the link that goes to the dredging projects on Transport for New South Wales website apparently isn't working, or the link isn't going where it needs to go.
I'm unaware of that, but thank you. I'll take that on notice and ensure we fix it.
Great, thank you very much. That's fine on that. Just a quick one about Jenolan Caves. Can I? You, Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
Just any sort of update, any direction on where we're at? Is there any movement towards a gondola as one of the potential saving solutions for it?
So at the moment, there's a variety of works that are happening at Jenolan. We've got the works that we're doing on the 2 mile section of road down into Caves House and into the operation. We're working very closely with National Parks and DQ on also the extensive refurbishment and redevelopment works that they're doing in the Caves precinct themselves. So we're on track and working with the Caves in a very collaborative way to ensure that the road will be open at the same time as they anticipate their works will be completed, and they will then work through their opening, whether that's partial or complete. They anticipate that that will be sometime early in the new year. We are delaying some of those works to just assist them, things like some of the pavement seals at the moment, to ensure that we can continue to get the right types of equipment and things in to support their work. So that's the 2 mile section. In terms of the 5 mile section, there is a whole of government group and steerco which consists of transport and primarily members of the DQ area with National Parks and obviously the Caves Trust, just working through what is the best long-term option that provides both a more resilient access into the caves, but also obviously considers visitor experience. So that is something that they're in the final stages of coming to a conclusion on, and they'll be making recommendations to government.
So any idea of time frame coming to a conclusion?
I couldn't give you an exact time frame. I know that that group's been working hard on options to, as I say, add resilience and also improve the visitor experience. Yep. They'll put those recommendations to government.
Great. Just a quick one as well that I'll get in here about the intended slipway upgrade. It must be getting late, right? For Tweed Heads. Perhaps
I can take that.
Thank you. There was a delay of 5 years on that. Has the funding been increased in order to complete the work on it? You might not be aware.
I'd have to check where it's at and come back to you, so I'll take that on notice.
That'd
Thank
be
you.
fine if you could do that. That would be wonderful. A quick one on King Creek Road intersection. Mr. Fuller, perhaps,
Not aware
would
of
be
that.
in the Oxley electorate.
No, we'd have to take it on notice. And
Okay, so
get some more
have
information.
all property acquisitions been completed? Is there a design plan in place, and is there a timeline or projected schedule for any of the work to commence?
We'll check that one. Thank you.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you. And one final one from me. And I got it right this time. It's not Goonoo Goonoo, is it? No, it's Gunnaganoo. Thank you very much. And so why don't they spell it that way? Where we're at in terms of, I'll always be known for that. We'll always have Goonoo Goonoo. Where that project is at, Mr. Fuller, I know that budget is still saying final planning, but hasn't that already been done? It's 4 years down the track. Are we closer to actually getting on with the project?
I think I can assist with that, Ms Overall, thank you. So I'm advised discussions are continuing with developers and with the Tamworth Council. We're really looking at what the best options are for the community, but I think it is looking at the Craig Ends Lane area at the moment, roundabout or signals. There's still some work to be done, is probably the bottom line. We are just working with council on a solution still.
Yeah, so no sort of real idea of time frame?
No time frames just yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go straight to...
Thank you. I'll be as merciful as I possibly can. Short questions, short
Ms Ward,
answers.
would you mind if I clarify my response on Mona Vale
Yes, please.
West?
Yep.
I quoted you the budget paper figures, not the full budget of the project.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to correct that for Hansard, please. Total budget's 500 million, so that's 50-50 state and federal.
Okay.
Your question was, is that full funding? Yes, it is. The budget paper numbers are the profile for the current 4 years, and spend to date is 33 million.
33. That's to the council. That's the council amount.
That's for our delivery. Mona Vale West.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, not
Yep.
the flooding. And sorry, what was the budget figure? That you
500.
Okay. So 500's ours. Yep. Got it.
100 million. Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
that. Potholes. Just a quick question. Potholes. Career highlight. Is cold mix still being used in potholes remediation?
We use a range of solutions depending on the road surface, depending on the climatic conditions in the area. So yes, short answer.
Cold mix is.
It's one
in
of
the
the
mix?
solutions. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. M5 westbound upgrade at Moorebank. Anyone?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I know you're not. I'll try and be quick. So that westbound upgrade between Moorebank Avenue and Hume Highway, is construction currently on schedule for that?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're just finishing off detailed design and construction's on track.
Sorry, you're finishing up details on?
Detailed design.
Oh, detailed design. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just can't hear you very well. We used up my 10,000 words today. What's the current expected completion date?
Let me just give me 1 second to double check that.
No problem. While you do that, I might flick to Mr. Collins. I'm sorry, I do that every time, don't I? Mr. Collins, could you give us a brief update until we get some information back on the M5, on the Thomas the Tank Engine thing that I think the Minister was keen to inform us about?
But not allowed to take up
So
the rest of the
over
afternoon.
this
Please be, once you're ready, let me know.
I declare my interest as a Director of Transport Heritage New South Wales.
Here, here.
But over this weekend, we have an action-packed from Friday till Sunday, Thomas the Tank Engine weekend. We run up to 6 of these a year, where adults and children can enjoy the pleasure of
Thank you.
the Reverend Aldry's experience.
Excellent. Can we just get location, time and...
Thirlmere Museum,
Yep.
which is the Transport Heritage New
Yep.
South Wales Museum.
Thank you. This Saturday?
Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Fabulous. It's very pleasing.
Live on Channel 9 this morning from 5:30.
All right, Annie and Clarabelle here will be big fans. Okay, thank you. Sorry, did we have that number?
2029.
Okay, what quarter of 2029?
I don't have a quarter at the moment. We're working through that.
Sorry, I just can't hear. You're working towards...
Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
I understand. I'm trying to...
No, it's fine. I don't have a quarter for you at the moment.
All right. What's the expectation of the department? Surely it's not an entire year.
We have a schedule. We have a P50 and a P90, which is why it's quite far away. To lock that down to a quarter at this point would be unfair.
Okay. All right. Do you anticipate this project to remain within the $380 million funding envelope?
Yep, it's progressing well at this point.
It's
progressing well at this point.
Well. Right. Okay. And how much is forecast to be spent in 2026-27?
I'll check the budget papers and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. While you're doing that, I will jump to 316.
Do you mind if I give a Remembrance Drive update? I've got
That'd be great.
Is
Thank
that
you.
okay?
Yep. Let's
Just
turn
I
through
can
them.
close that one out as well.
Yep.
So it's upgrades for, and I think that was you, Miss Fairman. Remembrance, was it Camden?
No, that's me.
It was you,
Not me.
sorry, Miss
Guilty.
Lord. Remembrance Drive with Elizabeth MacArthur Drive.
Sorry, can you just give me 1 minute to find my...
Yep.
I'm analogue today. So it's
good.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so this was intersection upgrades that have been announced at Remembrance Drive with Elizabeth MacArthur Drive.
And Wire Lane, the intersection.
And yeah, that's right, Wire Lane and Armour Avenue.
Yes.
So all the designs being completed for the intersection upgrades at Elizabeth MacArthur Avenue and Armour Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just getting to completion.
That will include traffic lights at Wire Lane and Elizabeth MacArthur, I think it's Drive actually, Elizabeth MacArthur Drive, as well as a right turn out of Armour Avenue. And the works are targeted to commence by the end of this year and be completed next year. The second piece of work is the removal of the southbound U-turn bay on the Old Hume, which is Remembrance, again at Armour Avenue, Camden South. That was completed at the end of last year.
So which of those, forgive me, I'm not a local, is Elizabeth Drive and Wire Lane?
It's not Elizabeth Drive, it's Elizabeth MacArthur Drive.
Sure.
Yep. And it's the first one, which is nearing completion of design. We will kick off construction by the end of the year and it will be completed next year.
Okay. The challenge I have is that the Minister's Office has previously advised that planning work is largely complete, exactly what you just said.
Yep.
Procurement can begin and construction is expected to commence before the end of the year. So has there been progress?
Yeah, it
What's
is
the
on
progress?
track to commence at the end of the year. I haven't got the procurement information.
But sorry, that's exactly what was said to us last time.
Yeah, well, it's on track. Yep.
So what has progressed in the meantime?
It's ready to commence for the end of the year and is targeted for completion next year.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Were you checking the budget number on?
For the M5
Yep.
upgrade?
Yep.
Next year's allocation, this year's allocation is 102 million.
Yep.
I don't have the forwards beyond that just yet.
Okay.
We are at
I'll take that on notice.
I'm so sorry. Apologies. I will work out what I can put on supplementary questions.
Do you
No,
wanna-
let's do afternoon term. We'll figure out what we're doing. We should be able to.
Yeah. So we'll have a break?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can figure out what we're doing.
Sorry, before the break, can I just provide a quick update for Miss Overall? Just in relation to the Tweed slipway, it is complete. It was complete in November 2023, so that is complete. I'm not sure if perhaps you were inquiring about Tuncurry, because we are going out to tender on that.
There was a question about Tuncurry, but no, this was about Tweed, but there is something about the Tuncurry one as well, so I'll qualify what that was, but it was I had a different one for Tuncurry, yes.
No problem, but yeah, Tweed is complete as of November, 2025.
Okay, all right.
Couldn't be
Let's thank you. We do have to stop at 3:30 for a break. So it's 3:30 and we will be back at 3:45. Thank you. Welcome back, and we will proceed with questions from the opposition.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, Ms Watts, you were accurate in that. My rushing and tired eyes, I misread it. So Tweed Head Slipway was the example to say that was completed in 2 years, but I believe it is Tuncurry. So sorry, you just said then what was happening with Tuncurry?
Yeah, so we have $12.2 million.
Can I just say you don't have to lean forward so much.
Oh,
they
sure.
pick up. They pick up.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have $12.2 million for Tuncurry, but also an additional $1.6 million set aside for contaminated land. So that program of works is being prepared for now and is in train.
Okay, the other thing is we're still on track for mid-2027 on that project for delivery.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that clarification on that. And then one final one, Mr Murray, I'm not sure, perhaps best to you, just the Coffs Harbour bypass. I've had info provided to me that it's going to be open by Christmas. Can you confirm that?
That is our intent, but of course the beautiful part of the world that is in, it is of course weather dependent.
Okay, but that's the intent, to get it open by Christmas.
We're absolutely very keen to get it open for Christmas for that Christmas holiday traffic. The works will continue into next year, but we're obviously aiming to get traffic through the region on the new pieces of road by that Christmas holiday influx. So that is what the team is focused on at the moment. But as I say, we just have to be mindful of safety, and if there was to be big downpours as we head into summer, that could cause some issues.
Well, fingers crossed it's not. And as an initial coalition project, we're very, very excited about that. Thank you. I'm done.
Here. Rapid fire. I'll do the very best I can.
Do you want to just grab the microphone and
I'm
pull
so
it
sorry.
closer?
Yeah, you do have to have it somewhere in the vicinity. That's true. Thank you, Chair. Can I go to, where was I going to? I was going to, did we have any answers coming back while I find?
I have an answer for Ms Fairman's question around camera enforcement revenue. So if we just go back and have a look, the income from cameras, all sorts of road cameras, peaked in 21-22 at $303 million for that year. In 22-23 it was 282, 23-24 was 261, 24-25 was 299. I don't have the most immediate year's figures yet, but I'm advised we were tracking about a 2% growth on the $299 million of the previous 24-25 year.
Thank you.
And Ms Webb has a clarification as well.
Yes, so Ms Fairman and Ms Ward, you were asking questions earlier about someone, a registered medicinal cannabis user who has a level over 50 nanograms when that's collected via the sponge and tested at the lab. I mentioned that an offence applies. What applies is the registered medicinal cannabis user offence, and that offence has the two warnings that apply before the full penalties kick in. And as part of that, the registered medical cannabis user cannot have any other drug or alcohol present in their system when they're detected and when they're tested by the lab.
What happens if they do?
Then the normal framework applies.
The two.
You don't get warnings. So the
right.
And the 50
you go straight
doesn't
to
apply.
the combined drug alcohol.
That's right. Yeah.
So there's an immediate penalty for that.
So we know that poly drug use contributes further to intoxication and has a higher road safety risk.
Yep.
So therefore, the framework that applies for medicinal cannabis users isn't relevant, and we know that the framework for medicinal cannabis users is all about their medical use rather than other use, other products.
Complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Not a problem.
How are you going?
Okay. Grand Parade in Cronulla, the Grand Parade corridor. Ms Mayers, am I Yes, I
able to direct that to you. Yeah, so just the
assist.
extended clearway there. When the government announced in 2023 that it was abandoning plans for extended clearways in the Grand Parade corridor, it told the Leader newspaper that, and I quote, Transport for New South Wales will continue to look at other options to alleviate traffic congestion while maintaining access to business. It's now more than 3 years later. Can you provide an update on the other options that Transport's looked at since that time to alleviate traffic congestion for the more than 70,000 vehicles that use Grand Parade corridor each day?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. The program to extend the clearways was discontinued in 2023. We have no funding or nor are we looking at clearways there. I would have to take on notice whether we've implemented or have planned any traffic improvements on that part of the corridor.
Okay.
So I'll come back with that on notice if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And could you also perhaps come back on notice, if you don't have it to hand, of what the latest directional traffic flow in vehicles per hour per lane is in the Grand Parade corridor?
Yes, I don't have that on hand. I'll bring it back.
Amazing. I think that, yeah, okay, that would be helpful. Previously there was a quote from Transport for New South Wales that directional traffic flows exceed 800 vehicles per hour per lane threshold for a major state road. So it sounds like it's a lot.
Yeah, we can provide that. No problem.
Thank you. Just back to our favourite M6 extension. Land reservation at the 112 to 118 Gaimea Bay Road, Gaimea, and adjoining lots at Chapman Street was previously used for informal car parking for shoppers, commuters and local events until 2019 when asbestos was discovered. It's located just south of the Gaimea shopping centre and not far from the Gaimea station. The remediation was completed in June 2025, but Transport for New South Wales hasn't reopened the site apparently for much needed parking for shoppers and commuters. There are some community concerns that the site, or enthusiasm that the site could be again utilised as it was prior to 2019. But I understand Transport is requiring council to agree on a commercial lease and fund, operate and maintain the community car parking on land owned by Transport. So the community wants a car park. Transport is saying to the council, you need to run it and take out a lease. So my question is this: as the land was used for many years by the community as an informal car park and only closed because of the discovery of asbestos, why can't the site revert to its previous use when parking is at such a premium for shoppers and commuters?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And Transport is working with the council just on that future use. It's not a particularly suitable site at the moment. One, it is across the Kingsway from the shop, so it's not, in terms of a safety location, we just have to be mindful of that. Although, as you say, it was used in the past. It's essentially a vacant lot, and it has gone into some level of disrepair over that time, and it is bordered by houses, so we do also have to be mindful that it's not a particularly suitable site just to turn into a full-use car park. But we are conscious of the request there from locals. It has been raised with Transport. We have fully remediated the asbestos risk in that vacant lot, and we will have a look now with council as to how we move that forward. When it previously operated as a car parking spot, that was in a full partnership where council, I understand, operated the site and in a very light touch manner, but we're working through that at the moment.
Okay, and if you could take on notice any progression in those discussions, or when we might be able to have a resolution from those discussions, that would be helpful.
Yes, it would still require a fair bit of remediation to be able to open the gates up there, but we will look at that with council.
All right, so if you could outline on notice what further remediation would be required, given I think we said the remediation was completed in June 2025.
The asbestos was completed.
Okay,
it's now
so there's
more,
further
yeah,
clean-up.
It's overgrown and it's not a level site.
That makes complete sense. All right, well, so then if agreement can't be reached for the Sutherland Shire Council to fund, operate and maintain car parking on the site, could we understand what plans Transport has to provide additional parking for commuters? take
We'll,
that on
we'll have a look into
notice,
that.
thank you. And has this site in Gymea or any other site in the M6 motorway reservation corridor been opened for public car parking by Transport for New South Wales for a fee?
I'll take that on notice. It's the only one that I'm aware of, and where it was operated previously as more of a vacant site that was used for informal parking.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you could take that on notice. Epping, the Kirkham Street intersection lights, Ms Mayers?
I may be able to help with that.
Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, that is a somewhat dangerous intersection. The community is quite concerned about it and is requesting to install traffic lights at the intersection, given the danger. The response from the Minister was that Transport for New South Wales is currently investigating and planning a project nomination under the Safer Roads program for the installation of traffic light signals at that intersection. Is there a timeline that can be provided to the community?
I think if we're talking about the same intersection, it's Beecroft Road and Kirkham Street, Hornsby. I have just received the updates from the latest Safer Roads round 3 towards zero program, and that intersection signalling has been approved and funded.
Wow.
So there's $3097199 million towards that project. I don't have an update on timing or what the profile looks like just yet, as that was just announced.
Amazing, thank you. So you're fixing problems as we speak. And Pennant Hills Road and Evans Road intersection, I think this may be my second to last. Again, a dangerous intersection. A new Meriton development there is proposing to add an additional 600 units, putting more pressure on the surroundings there. So does the government, Transport has said that it's working with housing and infrastructure and the housing and productivity contribution to identify potential funding opportunities to progress the upgrade. Does the government have a costing for that project?
Oh, I can probably take that one as well. I'm not aware of that specific project. We absolutely work with DeFi on contributions and looking at what can be delivered as part of those developments, but I would have to take on notice if there's any specific costings or if it's on the list of projects.
Okay, if you would, because the Minister's office has advised that Transport is working with DeFi on it.
I'm just not aware of that particular
project. Yeah, sure, I'm sure. And is any funding currently budgeted for the project, and has the government committed any funding, and what those potential funding sources might be, and a timeline?
Sure.
Finally, the Northern Beaches Transport Network Review. Just trying to understand why the government's reopened consultation on the Northern Beaches Transport Network Review more than 2 years after that review was announced.
It was part of the scheduled consultation process, so it is a large area, that network review, so it has taken us some time to work through all of the tracking and monitoring that we've needed to do on those key corridors. We went and spoke and consulted on what we saw as the initial drivers of traffic issues on the network and what was looking to be forecast. That feedback sent us back to do some more work and some more checks. We have just received, that's closed again, as you mentioned, another 3 months of consultations just been completed in June. So we are just finalising the feedback, finishing the plan, which will have short, medium and long-term options in there, and that will be published before the end of this year.
Great, thank you. And perhaps if you could take on notice what steps the government's actually been taking on the review over the past 2 years, so setting up what's actually happened in the review, the consultation, the steps, and then why it's taken more than 2 years to get back to the consultation stage again. Understanding that might have been part of the scheduled works, but from the community's perspective, they see consultation, they think something will happen, and now they see consultation opening again, so they're just trying to understand why that would be.
Sure, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you, and I think I will leave it at that, and then I just had one final one from an interested party about the transport restructure. Sorry to back to
I
that.
think I have an
Mr. Mayor.
update on the Evans Road and Pennant Hills Road. So I'm advised that we are working with them and it is on the list to discuss as part of the HPC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further information you can provide or detail would be great.
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
don't have an amount.
Happy for you to take these on notice, Mr. Murray, just about the restructure in transport and the ESCEM.
Yes.
I see that's a term familiar to you.
Yes.
Thank you. The, sorry for Hansard, Enterprise Security Crisis and Emergency Management Division.
That's correct.
What's driving a second restructure of ESCEM only 3 months after the last one concluded, heading into a high-risk bushfire season?
Yes, the ESCEM, as we refer to it, which has been a centralised crisis management specialist branch, previously reported to me as a centralised function on completion of the main restructure. As was always the intention, the ESCEM branch has moved into the Coordinator General's division so that it can advise Mr. Collins and his colleagues and leadership team in that achieving that level of coordination across the whole of transport. In moving ESCEM into Coordinator General division, we also have taken the opportunity to make sure that when we're talking about crisis management deployment or emergency operations, that we've lined up across the other branches in Mr. Collins' division in the correct way and that we're getting the right deployments there. Obviously, the key part of any crisis management deployment is clear chain of command and controls and accountability, and that's what we're just assessing through this refinement. I wouldn't call it a restructure, I'd just call it a refinement.
Okay, thank you. Has Transport for New South Wales' overall operating budget actually been reduced in a way that requires cuts to security, crisis and emergency management capability specifically? Happy for you to take that on notice.
The answer is no.
No.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, it's strengthened the direct line of day-to-day 24/7 operation.
Thank you. That's helpful. And what were the findings of the 2023 internal review conducted by Andrea Mears, and why weren't they shared with affected staff?
I'm not sure what that refers to, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay, I will put the rest of those.
When we completed the restructure, all staff, including all staff in the ESCEM branch, were consulted as part of that process, and all feedback has been factored into the operating model changes.
Okay, and on what basis is Karen McCarthy APM using the title Transport's SECON, given there's only one SECON role recognised under the SERM Act, which is not held by her?
I'm not aware of that. Happy to have a look into it, but Ms McCarthy does have a level of responsibility in the organisation as a key liaison point in formal crisis management protocols. So there may be some level of confusion there. Okay. We'll check that out.
Thank you, Chair. That's all from me, other than to say I very much welcome the Thomas the Tank Engine Day, Mr. Collins.
It's selling fast, so if you're interested in going this weekend or next weekend, don't miss out.
Thank you. My son's eyes have never been wider than as a 3-year-old he met the real Thomas the Tank Engine in the Blue Mountains. So thank you for that many, many years ago, but I look forward to the families and kids having a nice time there.
On allowing that indulgence, I believe we've come to the end. No.
Sorry.
Is what?
May I just provide 2 updates for Miss Overall?
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. Firstly, just want to let you know that our dredging projects page is live. The link is working. I think the link you're referring to is Mid North Council's link to the Great Lakes site, and we'll follow that up with them.
Because yes, they were looking at that last night. So
yeah, it's not ours.
Okay.
And also just on Wallace Lake. So yep, definitely is a priority. It's one of 6 locations. We've got $1 million that we'll be securing to fund the desired works there. We completed a morphological study earlier this year, and we're undertaking a hydrodynamic hydrodynamic study currently just to determine where to dredge. Also, something I just wanted to flag is we are in commissioning of our first state-owned dredge, and this site might be a great candidate for that, so really good news.
Okay.
And welcome to the role and congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you all so much for coming. Now the government has very graciously forgone their questions that they would have had. They would have to come back at 5:15 to ask them, apparently, according to the committee orders, standing orders. So that is it. Thank you so much. As usual, the committee will be in touch in terms of the questions that you have taken on notice, as well as supplementary questions from committee members. Thank you very much, and see some of you again next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.